The House will now be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., December 15th, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Tim Moore to act as Speaker Pro Tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 3rd, 2025, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties, the time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue past 1:50 p.m. At this point, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my support for legislation that House Republicans are bringing to the floor this week to bring down health care costs for Americans. Since the enactment of the Unaffordable Care Act of 2010, Americans have been suffering with a broken health care system. Democrats created this system. It's a system that Americans simply cannot afford. The Lower Health Care Premiums for All Americans Act will address these issues that will make health care affordable again by creating more options and more choices for American patients. With this new legislation, House Republicans will lower costs for all Americans, preventing Democrats from taking over $100 billion of taxpayer money and giving it directly to the insurance companies. As this bill comes to the House floor for a vote, I am proud to join my Republican colleagues in a mission to reduce premiums, again, for all American families. I look forward to securing this win for the American patients and not for the big insurance companies. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commend President Trump on his announcement of $12 billion in farmer bridge payments for the American farmers. The establishment of the Farmer Bridge Assistance Program provides critical relief to crop farmers across the United States, including many in the Pennsylvania's 13th Congressional District. The FBA program will make one-time direct payments to American farmers in response to the Biden-era policies that distorted global markets and drove production costs to record highs. As we enter the next crop year, I look forward to working with President Trump and the U.S. Department of Agriculture as we continue to support the American farmer by bringing down costs, securing new trade deals, and prioritizing American crop production. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the Franklin County Board of Commissioners and Franklin County Agricultural Land Preservation Board for their joint efforts over the years that have preserved 20,000 acres of farmland. The recent preservation reflects a commitment to protecting vital agricultural lands. These efforts will prevent the development of the land for any purpose other than agriculture. This initiative allows Franklin County to stay among Pennsylvania's top producing counties for a variety of commodities, such as milk, apples, peaches, and cattle. Franklin County has invested more than $40 million to preserve 164 farms. On behalf of everyone in Pennsylvania's 13th Congressional District, I congratulate all of Franklin County's farmers. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize Alexis Kastner of McVeigh, Pennsylvania, who was recently awarded the prestigious American FFA degree by the National Future Farmers of America. Every year, less than 1% of all FFA members are presented with this award, which is the highest level of FFA achievement. The selection of Alexis for this award is a reflection of her exceptional dedication and passionate engagement in agriculture. A 2023 graduate of Mifflin County High School, Alexis is a junior at Penn State, majoring in animal science with a minor in livestock production. Join me in congratulating Alexis on this notable achievement and for her commitment to Pennsylvania agriculture. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the outstanding community leadership of Sam Worley, who celebrated his 104th birthday just this past June. A proud U.S. Air Force veteran of World War II, and additionally, Sam has been distinguished with his career in public service. Sam has served as the chairman of the Franklin County Board of Commissioners, a representative on the Chambersburg Council, and the mayor of Chambersburg. Sam's commitment to his country, Sam's commitment to his family, and to his community truly make him an exceptional example of America's greatest generation. Thank you, Sam. Thank you for all you've done for America. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentlelady from New Mexico, Ms. Stansberry, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is undeniable that Letty B. Lynn is somebody who will be remembered for her laugh, her kindness, and her compassion. Even when dealing with the most serious of subjects concerning the fate of our nation's waters, tribal water rights, the protection of lands and ecosystems, and their legal and policy arguments, it was her laughter, her love, and her kindness that shined through. The last time that I saw Letty was over a meandering cup of coffee, as they often were, on Stanford campus, where she was a twice alum, where she contemplated the future of Western water, as she often did. As Letty B. Lynn was most certainly one of the greatest legal and policy minds of our generation, working to protect the waters of the West. But Letty was also a dear friend and a mentor to me and so many others who worked on Western water issues. She served as the lead counsel to 2 deputy cabinet secretaries at the Department of Interior, led the Environment Division at the New Mexico Attorney General's office, spent decades practicing water, environmental, and tribal law, and served on numerous boards. But above all else, she was a devoted parent to 3 children and a loving grandmother and friend with whom she shared her deep love of wild lands, open spaces, and traveling the world. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is with the greatest sadness that I rise this morning to honor the life of Letty B. Lynn and her passing just a few weeks ago. I became close friends with Letty during her time at the Department of the Interior, where she served as counsel to Deputy Secretaries David Hayes and Mike Connor, and as the chair of the Indian Water Rights Working Group. At Interior, she championed the negotiation of water settlements to protect the water rights of 15 tribal nations, which most certainly must be a historical record, in what are often difficult, decades-long cases. And in fact, so exemplary was her work that President Obama himself honored her with a special award for her negotiations involving the water rights of the Navajo and Hopi nations. But certainly, Letty was no stranger to resolving difficult issues, and in fact led on the legal and policy work that transformed water law in New Mexico during my lifetime to ensure that stream flows for our rivers and streams would remain. In fact, for any New Mexican who has sat along a river, grateful to see its waters flow, especially during a time of drought, it was Letty who created the legal framework to sustain those waters. This is perhaps one of her most enduring legacies, which she led after Attorney General Tom Udall, later Senator Udall, hired her to lead a brand new environment division at the AG's office in the 1990s. And as Senator Udall shared with me just yesterday, Letty was uniquely superb at finding those common sense solutions which people could support while still pushing for what needed to happen. It was through this lens that she also helped to protect the Middle Rio Grande River through a legal challenge under the Endangered Species Act. Where some saw only a small endangered minnow, Letty saw the opportunity to save a vital habitat that supports 2/3 of New Mexico's species. In the process, her work helped save these species from extinction and brought a renewed urgency to protecting our beloved Rio Grande. And it is that same commitment that she brought to her work in the Bay Delta in California. In fact, decades later, after her work as an environmental attorney, as a state and federal civil servant, she would bring that same creativity and can-do spirit to her work on behalf of the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Quality Control Board. And so it is with the greatest sadness that I honor Letty's legacy and the impact that she has had on this country, immeasurable, from her roots in Cambridge, Massachusetts, to her career defending the water resources and lands of the West. Her lifetime of service continues to influence decisions in communities across the country today, and whether hiking through the hills, floating a river, or traveling the world, Letty leaves behind a legacy of friendship, wisdom, and extraordinary accomplishments. I, like so many, am forever grateful for her mentorship and her friendship, and join those who are honoring her memory and mourning her loss. And so it is with the deepest condolences and prayers, Mr. Speaker, that I send my love to her family, to her community, and to everyone who called her friend, mentor, sister, mom, and grandma. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from North Carolina and the senior member of our delegation, Ms. Fox, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize a real hero in our midst and a dear friend of mine, Donna Autry. Donna was a first-grade teacher for over 30 years, and like most teachers, she was committed to doing one of the most important jobs in our nation. But she has never sought the limelight. She simply did her job quietly and effectively. Donna is also an artist who creates beautiful quilts and paintings that she gives to others. She's extremely generous with her time and talent. She also has a passion for dogs and volunteers with the Avery County Humane Society. Mr. Speaker, we ought to recognize more people like Donna who live quiet lives and at the same time contribute so much to the world around them. We need more Donna Autrys in our world. They make a positive impact that deserves to be highlighted and praised. Thank you, Donna, for being such a wonderful person. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until 2:00 p.m. this afternoon.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy God, we seek your encouragement and your consolation. For as people of faith striving side by side, we are deeply troubled by events at home and abroad that target believers of any faith. When those who celebrate the season of light and hope are extinguished like the very candles just lighted, we all suffer. Let us not, O Lord, be intimidated by the opponent, the adversary who seeks to silence the voices lifted up to you in prayer. Rather, may we persevere in our prayer that it would unite us to share in your spirit, a spirit of compassion and sympathy, and foster mutual love among us as we work together for the common good, that we may be of one mind to stand against evil. Let it start here, that in our daily endeavors we would do nothing from selfish ambition or conceit. But even here, may we look not to our own interests, but to the interests of others. In humility, may we regard others as better than ourselves and serve you even as we serve them. No matter how distant or close we may be to the events that have transpired this weekend, may we each realize within our own spheres of influence, if we are faithful to the example of love and sacrifice you have given us, then we also share in the divine power to bring forth peace. In your sovereign name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize the Nittany Leathernecks' contribution to Christmas throughout the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. The Nittany Leathernecks detachment of the Marine Corps League is a community service organization composed of active, retired, and former Marines. Since 1947, the mission of the U.S. Marine Corps Reserve Toys for Tots program has been to collect new unwrapped toys during October, November, December each year and distribute them as Christmas gifts to less fortunate children in the community. The Nittany Leathernecks detachment coordinates Toys for Tots for Centre County. The detachment works with the Centre County Adult Services Office, which coordinates with the Centre County food pantries to identify needy children and to distribute toys. The Nittany Leathernecks campaign annually provides a Christmas gift experience to more than 9,000 children. Mr. Speaker, I thank these selfless Marines for their service to our country and their dedication to uplifting our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my
Without
remarks.
objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I express my outrage about the affordability crisis in American health care. Republican leaders have failed to extend the expiring tax credits that help people afford their insurance. Consumers affected will face an average increase in their premium costs of 114% next year. Rather than making health care more affordable and effective, Republican leaders and President Trump passed their big ugly bill that kicks 10 million Americans off of Medicaid, increases health care costs for 5 million small business owners and self-employed workers, and fails to extend the critical tax credits, all to give billions of dollars of tax credits to the wealthiest Americans. Time is running out, as we all know. I urge my Republican colleagues to do the right thing and work with Democrats to make health care more affordable and more effective for Americans. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Americans join President Donald Trump expressing heartfelt recognition of the 3 great patriots killed and those wounded by ISIS in Syria. Iowa National Guard Sergeants William Nathaniel Howard and Edgar Brown Torres Tovar and a civilian interpreter are remembered by Muaz Mustafa of the Syrian Emergency Task Force, who condemned the ISIS, Iranian, and Russian collaboration. President Trump is being proven a visionary to give Syria a chance with U.S.-Syria full military cooperation and pledged serious retaliation while praising Syrian President Ahmad al-Shara for his efforts to defeat ISIS. Ambassador Tom Barrack, the Trump envoy for Syria, correctly cites, defeating ISIS on Syrian soil with local forces is actively shielding America from greater threats. In conclusion, God bless our troops. As the global war on terrorism continues, Trump is reinstituting peace through strength, revealing war criminal Putin lies, insulting and mocking Trump as Putin attacks utility infrastructure to freeze Ukrainians as Stalin starved Ukrainians. Our sympathy for Brown University College Republican Vice President Ella Cook of the Cathedral Church of the Advent in Birmingham, Alabama, and Uzbek American Makhaban Aziz Yurmakov of Virginia.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S-284, the Congressional Award Program Reauthorization Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 284, an act to reauthorize the Congressional Award Act.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on S-284.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of S-284, the Congressional Award Program Reauthorization Act. The Congressional Award Act encourages young people between the ages of 14 and 23 to challenge themselves in ways that not only benefit themselves, but also the communities they live in. The award is not given based on past achievement, but rather an individual is honored for setting goals, creating an action plan, and meeting those goals. Earning an award means young Americans completed self-designed programs focused on 4 key goals: volunteer service, personal growth, exploration, and physical fitness. Upon completion, participants are awarded a Congressional Award, certificate, or medal in one of 3 levels: gold, silver, or bronze. These are important recognitions of the hard work and dedication of America's young leaders. The Congressional Award has empowered over 500,000 participants nationwide and is the highest honor Congress bestows on American youth. By reauthorizing this program, we honor the countless hours of hard work and dedication of so many past and present participants. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in support of S-284, the Congressional Award Program Reauthorization Act. Since its inception in 1979, the award program has honored young people for their remarkable achievements through volunteering in their communities, personal development, physical fitness, and self-exploration. The Congressional Award is a unique initiative, completely voluntary and non-competitive, allowing young individuals aged 13 to 24 to set and achieve personal goals at their own pace. It encourages them to engage with their communities and strive for excellence in all areas of life. By providing this recognition, we give young people the motivation and push they need to realize their potential, reminding them that they are the future of this country. This bill reauthorizes the program through 2029. The award operates solely on private donations, overseen by a bipartisan Congressional Award Board, which underscores the collective commitment to fostering the potential of our nation's youth. At a time when our youth faces unprecedented challenges, it is essential that we continue to uplift and recognize their efforts. By supporting the bill, we can take a small step to reaffirm our commitment to supporting the youth, nurturing their potential, and celebrating their achievements. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, a man that has consistently been committed to encouraging young people to achieve, beginning with his own son as well. Representative Richard Hudson.
Nice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of S-284, which is identical to the bill I introduced in the House, H.R. 860, and I urge the House to pass this important bill. This simply reauthorizes the Congressional Award Program, Congress's official youth recognition program, and the highest honor Congress can award our nation's youth. This program has helped generations of young people set goals, serve others, and push themselves to achieve more. Specifically, young Americans have to set and complete rigorous personal goals focused on volunteer service, personal development, exploration, and physical fitness. One of my constituents, Caroline Harris from Greensboro, North Carolina, has spent more than 3 years working towards her goal, earning a gold medal at the age of 17. She is one of the youngest to earn this gold medal. Caroline is a very impressive young woman. She spent 400 hours volunteering to help our military families, volunteering with youth in her community, and volunteering with her peers. Caroline completed a physical fitness challenge. She even learned a new language while planning a trip abroad. In 2025, Caroline joins a long list of impressive young Americans from North Carolina's 9th District to earn this award. Among them, Maria Yeomans of Fayetteville, Connor Ambrose from Rayford were bronze medalists in 2022, and Fred Vinson from Pinehurst was a bronze certificate earner in 2024. It is a great honor to represent these hardworking young people. This bill will ensure the Congressional Award Program continues to challenge young Americans like Caroline and Amaria, Connor, and Fred to set goals and dedicate themselves to their community and their own success and self-improvement. There are over 48,000 Americans enrolled in this program throughout the country in every single congressional district. These young people give back to their communities and make investments in themselves. It is very important that we reauthorize this successful program so that we can continue to inspire and reward our young Americans and encourage them to each reach their full potential. I encourage my colleagues to vote in support of S-284, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingell.
Gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to share my strong support for S-284, the Congressional Award Program Reauthorization Act. I am proud to co-lead it with my colleague, Representative Hudson, who you just heard from, and also Mike Levin and John Rutherford. This bill will reauthorize the Congressional Award Program responsible for printing and distributing awards to young Americans across this country since 1979. This important program expired nearly 18 months ago and is in desperate need of reauthorization. The Congressional Award is the highest award for youth legislation and is presented by the United States Congress to young people. It is a non-competitive program designed to acknowledge young people for their initiative, their achievement, and their service. Over 8.1 million hours of service have been contributed to communities across the country as part of the Congressional Awards program. There are currently over 50,000 young people enrolled, and they reside in every congressional district across this country. This award encourages young Americans to do and to be their best. But the program's lapsed, and my office is receiving notes from people that are not receiving their hard-earned awards. Believe it or not, there are people that are proud that these are congressional awards, and they're proud that we are encouraging them. Take this note I received from a constituent. Quote, "I earned both the silver and the gold medal for the Congressional Award last year. However, due to backlogs or shortages, I still haven't received the actual awards. I would like to get them from you if that's possible." End quote. This young student, like thousands across the country, put in the time and the effort working towards their award. But unfortunately, they've been unable to receive it because the program's expired and Congress needs to reauthorize it. And that's why this reauthorization is so important. It'll ensure the young people who achieve their own challenging goals and who help their communities with their volunteer hours are recognized and honored for their work. I want to thank my co-sponsors again for their support, and Chairman Tim Walberg and Ranking Member Bobby Scott for their assistance and support of this important bill. I urge my colleagues to vote yes and yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
I reserve, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of the time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this bill reauthorizes the Congressional Award Program that's been an acknowledgement of achievements for young individuals since 1979, recognizing their accomplishments and service within their communities. This is more than just an award. It's about empowering our youth to engage in their communities and realize their full potential. As young people are being tested in today's climate and atmosphere, it's crucial that we uplift them and celebrate their accomplishments. So I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
As I close, I would like to thank my colleagues, including my ranking member, Bobby Scott, for this work in a bipartisan way. We've worked to reauthorize the Congressional Award Act, including Representative Richard Hudson of North Carolina and Senator Lummis of Wyoming. For decades, the Congressional Award Act has inspired young people to engage with their communities and improve the lives of their neighbors and themselves. On the Education and Workforce Committee, we are constantly working to promote more pathways to success for students and young adults so they can thrive. The Congressional Award Program is yet another step to encourage young people to set goals, develop a plan, and be the best they can be. I once again urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 284? Those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purposes, gentleman from Michigan, seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S-222, the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act of 2025.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 222, an act to amend the Richard B. Russell National School Lunch Act to allow schools that participate in the school lunch program to serve whole milk and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on S-222.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of a bill near and dear to my heart, the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act. My legislation will allow for unflavored and flavored milk and reduced fat or 2% milk to be offered in school cafeterias, giving our students the option to choose the milk that they want to drink. Milk is an essential building block for a well-rounded and balanced diet, offering 13 essential nutrients and numerous health benefits. Unfortunately, out-of-touch and outdated federal regulations have imposed restrictions on the types of milk students have access to in school meals. While the Healthy, Hunger-Free Kids Act's intention to reduce childhood obesity was good, its impacts to attack whole milk have been misguided and devastating over the 15 years since its passage, resulting in the loss of an entire generation of milk drinkers. It's always been a myth that whole milk caused weight gain. The beverage is 97% fat-free and is the least processed type of milk. Common sense tells us that whole milk is not the culprit of childhood obesity. Instead, milk is the #1 source of protein for kids aged 2 to 11. Milk is also the top source of calcium, potassium, phosphorus, and vitamin D for children aged 2 to 18. Medical research has proven that whole milk has several health benefits, such as strong bone density, a healthier immune system, reduced cardiovascular risk, lowered blood pressure, reduced hunger craving, reduced type 2 diabetes risk, and increased sleep quality. Additionally, children are not consuming the amount of dairy recommended by the dietary guidelines for Americans and are not getting these important benefits and nutrients. The Dietary Guidelines Advisory Committee reported that over 2/3 of school-aged children fail to meet the recommended levels of dairy. Rather than drinking milk they didn't like, students are throwing it away and losing out on the 21 essential minerals and 13 vitamins necessary for healthy development. School nutrition programs provide critical access to the nutrients growing children need, including those provided by milk. In fact, school meals provide 77% of the total daily milk consumption for lower-income children ages 5 to 18. In addition, it's also important to remember this legislation does not require any student to drink or any school to serve whole milk. Rather, this legislation simply gives schools the flexibility to serve a broader variety of milk in the school lunchroom. Dairy farmers in Pennsylvania's 15th Congressional District and across our country work hard every day to produce nutritious milk for our families and communities. Now, I'm proud to lead this legislation that would allow schools to serve flavored and unflavored whole and reduced fat milk in school cafeterias. Today, we will restore students access to a wide variety of milk options, ensuring students have the necessary nutrients to learn and to grow. And I encourage all of my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today we're considering S-222, the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act of 2025. School meals play a critical role in reducing child hunger and providing children with healthy food they need in this country. Milk offered as part of these meals can deliver essential nutrients that are central to a child's development. That's why it's important that students be provided the most nutritional options. Child nutrition standards for school meals, including milk options, are guided by the Dietary Guidelines for Americans, DGAs, which are periodically updated based on recommendations from child nutrition experts and public input. The latest DGAs supported by the American Heart Association, American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Public Health Association, the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics, and over a dozen other public health advocate organizations agree that fat-free and low-fat milk are the healthiest options for children. The GGAs must follow the Dietary Guidelines Advisory Committee's evidence-based recommendations to maintain current limits on saturated fat, sugars, and sodium. Simply put, nutrition standards must be guided by scientists, not politicians and industry lobbyists. And if there's a controversy, that should be debated at meetings of the Dietary Guidelines Advisory Committee, not with a group of politicians. As S222, the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act, disregards evidence-based recommendations by removing the statutory requirement that milk options served must align with the DGAs and exempt saturated fat found in milk from the total regulatory limits on saturated fat in school meals. This would allow schools participating in the National School Lunch Program to serve dietary options such as whole milk that do not align with the current science-based recommendations which protect children's health. For these reasons, Mr. Speaker, the bill should be defeated. I do recognize, however, that there are some improvements to existing law in the bill, including better options for students seeking a non-dietary alternative. Schools will now have an easier process to serve nutritionally equivalent non-dairy beverages such as soy milk and provide that they may be served in the regular lunch line. Increasing access to plant-based meals and beverages in the lunchroom is a goal everyone should be able to support. However, this is not enough of an improvement considering the bill's other shortcomings. Whole milk contains far more saturated fat, cholesterol, and calories than fat-free and low-fat milk. Experts agree that saturated fat from whole milk increases the risk of heart disease, the leading cause of death in this country. In fact, the majority of Americans consume too much saturated fat. More than 80% of the U.S. population exceeds the recommended limit. So this bill needlessly inserts politics into what should be a science-based process to the detriment of our children's health. The Trump administration has demonstrated time and time again its disregard for public health and evidence-based interventions, and these revisions to the DGAs in this bill will have the same disregard for following the evidence. However, hopefully future administrations will recommit to science and the decades of nutritional guidance and ensure children will receive the healthiest meals possible. Mr. Speaker, I'm also disappointed that the majority's decision to depart from precedent by moving a limited child nutrition bill outside of a comprehensive child nutrition reauthorization. More to the point, this is the only piece of legislation that our committee has considered this year that amends laws governing child nutrition programs. We've considered no bills that improve access to free school meals, no bills to improve the Supplemental Nutrition Program for Women, Infants, and Children, the WIC program, no bills to improve options for summer food programs, no bills to improve the Child and Adult Care Food Program, no bills to address the need for healthy meals after the school day is over. The majority did, however, choose to advance that big, ugly bill, which contains Medicaid and SNAP cuts, which will result in a drastic reduction in the number of students eligible for free school meals. Mr. Speaker, for these reasons, I oppose the bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the distinguished gentleman and chairman of the Education and Workforce Committee, Mr. Walberg, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of S222, the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act of 2025. For nearly 80 years, the National School Lunch Program has provided low-cost or free lunches to children each school day. We know that healthy diets can improve student success both in and out of the classroom. Whole milk is a nutrient-rich food, and its higher fat content allows children to stay fuller longer. Unfortunately, misconceptions about certain types of fat or calories have prevented schools from offering whole milk as an option to our children. The bill gives us a chance to ensure that children have access to nutritional milk options they want to drink. Some children struggle to consume enough of the right calories to support healthy growth and stay energized throughout the entire school day. For some, school meals may be the only meals they receive that day. This notion that whole milk consumption is linked to childhood obesity is deeply flawed. In fact, studies suggest that higher cow milk fat intake is associated with a lower risk of childhood obesity. While it is important to limit fatty, sugary, and highly processed foods, whole milk does not fit into this category. In fact, many school children are at risk of dairy underconsumption, not overconsumption. Whole milk provides critical nutrition for growing minds. We need to follow the science and pass the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Carter.
Gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act as amended, which allows for plant-based milk alternatives to be more easily and readily available for children with lactose intolerance. This is especially important because the rate of some degree of lactose intolerance in minority communities are startling high, more than most people would realize. With approximately 65% of Latino students, 75% of black students, 90% of Asian students are unable to digest dairy milk without detrimental effects. This portion does, in fact, follow the science. These statistics are real, and they played out every single day in the classroom. Not long ago, I had a young lady from Louisiana, a precious little baby girl, who had a horrible accident because the teacher would not allow her to go to the restroom again after complaining of a tummy ache. Unfortunately, this did not end well for this student. She's a beautiful child. She's rebounded wonderfully, and she'll be happy to know that going forward, she'll have an alternative. So she doesn't have to contend with her belly aching after consuming something her body simply couldn't digest, because the school offered no alternative. It was this or nothing. And as you know, in many cases, our young people will get nothing if they don't enjoy some nutritional values at school. Many children may not make the connection between consumption of milk and their feelings of discomfort and even illness. Lactose intolerance causes a range of health effects, including stomach pain, severe bloating, gas, diarrhea, and even exacerbated asthma symptoms. These symptoms can hinder a child's ability to concentrate in the classroom, to perform in the classroom, to be attentive in the classroom, to learn in the classroom. Colleagues, we should do everything in our power to make sure our children have the best opportunity to concentrate, to learn, to do well, and to be healthy in the classroom. Currently, children who suffer adverse reactions from traditional milk must produce a doctor's note to receive an alternative beverage, which places an unfair burden squarely on minority children, children of working parents, children whose parents simply don't have the time or the ability to even because of the healthcare system crisis, to even see a doctor, let alone get a note from a doctor. This bill fixes that issue. It contains a provision from bipartisan legislation I filed in each of the last 3 Congresses to remove the doctor's note requirement for receiving milk alternatives. This bill gives us an opportunity to this bill folds in those measures from my previously filed bill.
I yield an additional minute.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 additional minute.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense bipartisan reform that will allow our children to receive the nutrition they need to fuel healthy and successful lives in and out of school. And while I understand that this bill may not capture every need that's out there, and I concede to our ranking member, who I respect greatly, that we have much work to do. But, ladies and gentlemen, this bill goes a long way to fix an issue that can simply not wait any longer to be addressed. Thank you. I urge support for this measure, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from California, the chairman of the Early Childhood, Elementary, and Secondary Education Subcommittee, Mr. Kiley, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, it is frankly crazy that for 20 million kids who rely on free and reduced lunch, they are banned from drinking whole milk as a matter of federal law. Whatever basis in science or public health might have ever backed this up has long since been debunked, so I'm glad that we are finally correcting this error today. So why should kids have access to whole milk at school? Well, at least 3 reasons. Number 1 is nutrition. The latest science shows that whole milk actually is probably better for you nutritionally than other kinds of milk because it is less processed. And as for saturated fats, science shows that the body processes dairy fats different than other kinds of fats. The second reason is satiation. Whole milk is simply more filling, which for a program that's designed to make sure kids don't go hungry, that might be a relevant consideration. Moreover, when kids are not full from their lunch, then they might be more inclined to grab things that are a lot less healthy. And the third is taste. A lot of kids simply hate the taste of skim milk, and I don't blame them. I hate it too. I love the taste of whole milk. And and what's particularly crazy is that while schools can't serve whole milk, they are allowed to serve sugary, strawberry and chocolate milks, which are a lot worse for kids. So I know this might not seem like the paramount issue facing the Republic at this moment, but I will say that it touches upon 2 important issues. The first is health in this country, because one of the biggest drivers of healthcare costs and of poor public health outcomes is obesity that begins in childhood that has continued to rise, the rates have, since this ban on whole milk went into effect, and it now constitutes over 20%. And the second issue is trust in government. Our public health establishment has given a lot of very bad advice in the past. For example, downplaying the risk of sugar. And even more than that, when kids are seeing the government do stupid and arbitrary things like tell them they can't have whole milk, I'm not sure how we're supposed to foster the trust in government on which democracy depends. This is a good bill. I hope we pass it overwhelmingly today, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, pleased to recognize the gentleman from Minnesota, the chair of the Nutrition Subcommittee, Mr. Finstead, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentleman from Pennsylvania for yielding. I rise today in support of S222, the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act, which I was proud to help introduce alongside Chairman Thompson. As a 4th-generation farmer raising the 5th generation, I know firsthand the importance of ensuring families have access to healthy and nutritious milk products. As a father of 7, my wife and I have purchased our fair share of milk on trips to the grocery store. This legislation has been in the making for a long time, and it is past due that we send it to the President's desk and make this the law of the land. Moving forward, every child across southern Minnesota and the rest of the nation will have access to whole and 2% milk products when they go through the school lunch line. Moreover, this legislation will support our dairy farmers in the rural communities they call home. Farming is one of the most honorable and noble professions this country has to offer, and southern Minnesota is the home to some of the best dairy farmers and manufacturers in the world. This legislation is a win-win for school-aged children and dairy farmers across this country. I am proud that we now, once again, can say loudly, milk, it does a body good. I encourage my colleagues to support this important legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield to the gentleman from the state of Washington, Mr. Newhouse, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Speaker. I rise today in full support of the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act of 2025. For over 10 years, children in the schools across our country have been deprived of the many benefits of whole milk, and the dietary guidelines for Americans has reported that nearly 90% of Americans do not meet their daily dairy intake recommendations. This overwhelmingly bipartisan legislation brings common sense back to how we help the next generation stay healthy, putting vitamin D and calcium-rich whole milk in front of millions of children nationwide. However, Mr. Speaker, children are not the only ones who stand to benefit from this legislation. American dairy farmers produce and process some of the highest quality products in the world. And with school milk accounting for around 8% of fluid milk demand, this legislation allows our dairy farmers to have their products go right back into the communities from where they were produced. I want to thank my colleagues in both chambers on both sides of the aisle for helping bring this nutritious, high-quality milk back into our schools, and for bringing back common sense into how we keep Americans healthy. Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Molinar, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. Today I rise in support of the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act. Milk has long been a cornerstone of children's diets in this country. It provides high-quality protein, calcium, vitamin D, and other essential nutrients that growing bodies and young minds need to thrive. For many kids, milk is the most reliable source of vital nutrients they receive. This legislation is about common sense and choice. Whole and reduced fat milk are safe and nutritious options that many children prefer and are more likely to drink. When kids enjoy milk, they're more likely to drink it and get the nutrition it offers instead of pouring it down the drain. The Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act supports healthier kids and gives schools the flexibility to meet students where they are, allowing them to nurture healthy habits that will last a lifetime. It also supports our dairy farmers by allowing them more ways to meaningfully participate in healthy school lunch programs. Let's help our children grow strong and healthy. I thank the chairman for his leadership on this legislation, and I urge all my colleagues to support it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's now a great honor to yield to the gentleman and physician from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act of 2025. Whole milk needs to be offered in schools as a part of a healthy kid's diet. This Congress, I am proud to be an original co-sponsor of the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act to bring whole milk back into schools. As a doctor, I recognize that as a source of nutrition, whole milk provides 13 key nutrients that are vital to bone development, brain development, and muscle development, all important to a growing child. Obama-era policies that banned whole milk in schools have caused students to turn to highly caffeinated, sugary drinks rather than healthy whole milk and other dairy products that are crucial to a child's development. Under current law, schools are only permitted to offer fat-free or low-fat milk. The Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act of 2025 will allow schools to offer students a variety of healthy choices that include whole milk. We must give our kids healthy options in schools, and by allowing whole milk to be offered as a part of school lunches, this legislation will support kids' development while encouraging young students to make healthy choices. I urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania yields. The gentleman from Pennsylvania Reserves, gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves, gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm grateful to be a co-sponsor of the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act. Remember when I was a child, and I think the average high school student weighed, 20 or 30 pounds less than they do today, and we had nothing but whole milk. Whole milk was distributed for lunch to all the children. We were taught from first or second grade on calcium, vitamin A, potassium, magnesium, zinc, all the nutrients that are necessary in whole milk, which is, I think, one of the reasons God gave us a body in which whole milk clearly tastes better than 2% milk and way better than skim milk. So I urge my colleagues to strike a blow for freedom, to bring the healthiness of our children back to what it was 50 years ago, and pass the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act.
Gentleman from Wisconsin yields. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, I am prepared to close, and I reserve.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is prepared to close. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of the time.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, as earlier noted, S-222 does make some improvements to the whole milk debate with its inclusion of better options for students seeking non-dairy alternatives. The gentleman from Louisiana spoke to those provisions, and that is something that's supported by our nation's nutritionists, pediatricians, and scientists. However, I remain disappointed that the bill overall would make school meals less healthy. This bill goes against the dairy industry's stated commitment to ensure that students have access to the healthiest dairy options consistent with the DGAs. DGAs make clear that fat-free and low-fat milk are the healthiest options for children 2 years and older. Whole milk contains far more saturated fat, cholesterol, and calories than fat-free and low-fat milk. In a nation where the obesity rate of children is over 16%, and children are already facing obesity-related challenges such as type 2 diabetes, high cholesterol, and high blood pressure, we should not ignore the stance of dietitians, nutritionists, pediatricians, and the overall science. Mr. Speaker, I remain committed to ensuring that students have access to the healthiest dairy options in accordance with science-backed guidelines. But S-222 contradicts that commitment by interfering with the independent process that aligns child nutrition standards with the latest science. Furthermore, I'm disappointed that after months of Republican-led political brinksmanship, we're still considering a bill that does nothing meaningful to address child nutrition or hunger. Bottom line is that members of Congress should not inject politics into child nutrition standards at the expense of nutritious school meals that our children need. For those reasons, I urge my colleagues to oppose S-222 and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized to close.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have proudly led this charge to restore whole milk and school meal programs for the last decade. And I'm grateful to those who played a role in this effort, including the House Education Workforce Committee Chairman Tim Walberg, former Chairwoman Virginia Fox, my co-lead, Congresswoman Kim Schreier, who is a pediatrician, my Senate companion colleagues, Senators Roger Marshall, Peter Welch, Dave McCormick, and John Fetterman, my staff, my personal office, and on the House Agriculture Committee who have worked tirelessly to advance this bill every step of the way, especially my legislative director, Faith Tuttle. The National Milk Producers Federation, and in particular, Paul Bleiberg, the International Dairy Food Association, the Farm Bureau, the Pennsylvania Farm Bureau, and the most dedicated grassroots movement in America, 97 Milk, including the leadership of Bernie Morrissey and Sherry Bunting, Nelson Troutman, Krista Byler, Christine Ebersole, Dr. Edward Silverman, and a host of parents and dairy farmers. Thank you. Thank you to each and every one of these individuals who put their mark on this bill in a meaningful way. I encourage all of my colleagues to support this legislation and drink whole milk. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 222? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5810 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5810, a bill to provide for mandatory training for federal government supervisors and the assessment of management competencies and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Timmons, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramaniam, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The American public relies on federal supervisors to lead a workforce that provides high-quality customer service and faithful execution of the law. These expectations and standards require a level of professionalism that can be improved by strengthening relevant education offerings available to federal supervisors. My bill would do just that by bolstering existing requirements in federal law governing federal workforce training. Various reports and memos from the agencies such as the GAO, Office of Personnel Management, and the Merit Systems Protection Board indicate a need to improve relevant educational opportunities for federal supervisors. The Federal Supervisor Education Act, a bipartisan bill dating back to the 114th Congress, articulates and executes best practices in relation to federal supervisory training, including how to effectively manage employees with unacceptable performance. These are basic, nonpartisan concepts that are generally available to private sector business supervisors and, if implemented, would advance the interests of good government and strengthening the federal workforce on behalf of the American taxpayer. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 5810, the Federal Supervisor Education Act of 2025. The bill that was reported favorably by the Oversight Committee unanimously on December 2nd with bipartisan support, and it would require federal agencies to create and implement training and development programs for agency supervisors. And these programs will help improve their management skills, communicate with their colleagues, and mentor fellow employees. It'll also help them when it comes to knowing what's prohibited when it comes to personnel practices, employee rights, and how those rights must be protected. A lot of these federal agency supervisors actually live in my district, and so to the supervisors, just know that you won't have to do this annually. This is once every 3 years, but this will be beneficial to our agencies and to the supervisors as well. And I thank the majority for incorporating feedback as well from Mr. Walkinshaw of Virginia and committee Democrats prior to the bill reaching the floor. And because of this, committee Democrats unanimously supported this legislation and markup. And so I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
I have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close.
The gentleman is Reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. Urge support for this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Virginia yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to also thank the House Oversight Committee for unanimously supporting my legislation in a recent markup. Given the bill's advancement of good government principles, I urge my colleagues to vote for this long overdue legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from South Carolina yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5810 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5457 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5457, a bill to improve the visibility, accountability, and oversight of agency software assessment management practices and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Timmons, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramaniam, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Federal agencies spend billions of dollars a year on software licenses without a full understanding of what they are purchasing and how it compares to what they are already paying for. The result is wasteful spending on duplicative or unnecessary software licenses. H.R. 5457 requires federal agencies to take an inventory of their software licenses to better understand how it is used, who uses it, and how many licenses go unused. The bill will also provide Congress with better insights into how our federal agencies purchase and use software. The text we are considering today is identical to the text we passed out of the House by voice vote last Congress. This bill improves government software purchasing without unduly limiting the procurement options of federal agencies. It requires each agency to better manage its software and develop a plan for addressing any costly, unnecessary licenses. This will reduce wasteful spending and improve government efficiency. I thank Ms. Brown for bringing this important legislation back to this Congress. I also thank Mr. Fallon and Ms. Mace for their early and continued support of this bill. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a great bill, and I support it, and I yield to the sponsor of this legislation, Congresswoman Brown of Ohio, for as much time as she may consume.
The lady from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of H.R. 5457, the Strengthening Agency Management and Oversight of Software Asset Act. The SAMOSA Act is a straightforward good government bill that has strong bipartisan support from members of the Oversight Committee. I reintroduced this legislation earlier this year with Congresswoman Mace, the chair of the Cybersecurity Subcommittee on Oversight, Congressman Pat Fallon, and Congresswoman April McClain Delaney as co-leads. And I thank them for their support. I also want to take a moment to recognize the late Congressman Connolly, who worked tirelessly on this legislation and who had introduced the SAMOSA Act prior to his passing. This is legislation that will improve the acquisition process for federal agencies, help the government better manage software needs, and ultimately save the taxpayers' dollars. Agencies across the federal government spend around $33 billion in taxpayer money on software every year. But right now, many agencies don't actually have a list of what they own, what they're fully using, or whether they are buying the same thing twice. That doesn't make any sense. And this bill solves the problem. This bill streamlines how agencies track, manage, and report their software assets by requiring complete assessments on the software paid for, used, or deployed at each agency. It also requires agencies to submit these assessments to the Office of Budget and Management, the General Services Administration, and to Congress, so that Congress and these agencies can oversee spending and contracting software practices. By requiring agencies to do these assessments and review software assets, this bill can improve planning for software management, automate processes, train staff, and improve our cybersecurity. And here's a key point. Industry experts estimate the bill could save up to $750 million each year in taxpayer funding. This is real government efficiency, and it's from legislation that has gone through committee with support and input from both sides of the aisle. So, as the legislative year comes to a close, let's pass the Samosa Act and lower costs for taxpayers. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you.
Lady from Ohio yields. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized. Gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman from South Carolina is reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized to close.
Mr. Speaker, I urge support for this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my colleagues to support this common sense legislation that will reduce wasteful spending and improve government efficiency, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5457 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The gentleman from Virginia seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and agree to H.Res. 923 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 923, a resolution honoring the service and sacrifice of United States Army Specialist Sarah Beckstrom and United States Air Force Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf, who were tragically shot in Washington, D.C. in a targeted assault against United States service members on November 26, 2025.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman, and the lady from Hawaii, Ms. Takuda, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on the resolution under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, United States Army Specialist Sarah Beckstrom and United States Air Force Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf were tragically shot just before the Thanksgiving holiday here in Washington, D.C. As members of the West Virginia National Guard on duty in the nation's capital, Specialist Beckstrom and Staff Sergeant Wolf were targeted and violently assaulted with a barrage of gunfire for doing nothing less than performing their duty as a soldier and an airman. Both of them sustained severe gunshot wounds during the attack. Sadly, Specialist Beckstrom succumbed to her injuries and passed away surrounded by loved ones on Thanksgiving Day, while Staff Sergeant Wolf remains in recovery, and we wish him speedy success in that effort to be back on his feet. These 2 young guardsmen represent the best of what our nation has to offer, making this horrific attack a truly devastating loss, not just for those who knew them and served with them and loved them, but it is indeed a tragic event for our entire nation. Specialist Beckstrom was 20 years old at the time of her passing. An excellent student and dedicated guardsman, she graduated with honors from Webster County High School there in West Virginia. And weeks later, on June 6th, she joined the West Virginia National Guard. Sarah embodied selfless service. In her civilian job, she worked as a community engagement specialist at a certified community behavioral health clinic that provides mental health and substance abuse disorder treatment to those in need. And she recently volunteered to extend her deployment here in Washington, D.C. She was admired by all who knew her. Sarah served admirably and with distinction. And I would argue she's admired even by those that didn't know her for her selfless sacrifice on behalf of her colleagues in West Virginia, but also on behalf of grateful citizens across our nation. We honor her dedication, we honor her service, and express our deepest condolences to her loved ones. Sarah will indeed be missed, but her legacy will live on. Her selfless sacrifice will live on in the hearts and minds of her fellow citizens in West Virginia, but also those of us across the nation. Staff Sergeant Wolf enlisted in the West Virginia National Guard before he even finished high school. At 24 years old, he voluntarily requested to continue his mission here in Washington, D.C. through the holidays. A dedicated airman, Andrew is also an asset to his community, to his state, and to our nation. As a lineman with Frontier Communications, Andrew brought connectivity and communications to many communities across West Virginia, in many areas that needed it the most. He was dedicated to make sure that people had that connectivity and had that connection to the internet that they needed just for the basic elements of life, but also for educational opportunities. Like Sarah, Andrew proved himself to be a selfless warrior, serving with distinction and earning the admiration of all who knew him. We join with his friends and family in praying for his full recovery, and we hope his journey to healing is swift and painless. I'd be remiss if I did not thank the first responders, law enforcement, and National Guards men and women who acted quickly to subdue the threat and provide first aid. They acted with courage and bravery while under fire to protect the people of Washington, D.C. Mr. Speaker, this is what makes our nation great, is folks that are willing to serve our nation, like Sarah and Andrew, who are willing to don the cloth of this nation, willing to provide that selfless sacrifice, willing to put their lives on the line each and every day for what we all believe in, that great Constitution of our United States of America. Today, we honor to recognize their selfless service and understand what it takes in those dangerous situations to truly guard this beacon of freedom and liberty here in our great United States of America. And Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. A gentlelady from Hawaii is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The lady is recognized.
Thank you. I rise today with a heavy heart to join my colleagues in honoring the life and service of Army Specialist Sarah Beckstrom and in lifting up Air Force Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf as he continues his recovery after the shooting that wounded them both while deployed to Washington, D.C. Specialist Beckstrom was only 20 years old when she died on November 27, 2025, from her injuries. She was a daughter, a student, an athlete, a caregiver, and a soldier. In her civilian life, as we've heard, she worked at a behavioral health clinic in Somersville, West Virginia, helping others to heal. She initially joined the Army to help pay for college, but soon she found a deeper calling in service, proudly serving as a military police officer. At Webster County High School, she excelled both in the classroom and on the softball field, studied health science, and participated in the JROTC, learning early the values of citizenship, duty, and service in a democracy. She dreamed of a future in law enforcement, possibly with the FBI, a dream rooted in her desire to protect others and to be a part of something greater than herself. Her life was far too short, but her example will endure. Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf, just 24 years old, also exemplifies that same quiet dedication to country. A lineman in his civilian life and a force management airman in the West Virginia Air National Guard, he serves in a role that rarely makes headlines, but is essential to the readiness and the effectiveness of our armed forces. His work ensures that our people, resources, and missions are aligned so the military can function when it matters most. A graduate of high school in Inwood, West Virginia, Staff Sergeant Wolf joined the Guard in 2019, stepping forward to serve while building a life at home. I'm encouraged by reports of his progress, that he is now breathing on his own and standing without assistance, and I join all who are rooting for his full and speedy recovery. Specialist Beckstrom and Staff Sergeant Wolf represent the very best of our nation, young Americans driven by service, compassion, and a sense of duty. Their willingness to step forward, to serve their communities and their country reflects the highest ideals of military and public service. Mr. Speaker, there is no place in a civil and democratic society for this kind of violence. I am deeply grateful to all who wear the uniform and to the families and the loved ones who stand behind them, often bearing the quiet burden and heavy sacrifices on their own. I thank Representatives Miller and Moore for bringing forward House Resolution 923, and I am extremely proud to support its passage. Mr. Speaker, at this time, I yield back the balance of my time.
Lady from Hawaii yields. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from West Virginia, Ms. Miller.
Lady from West Virginia is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of House Resolution 923, which honors the service and the sacrifice of 2 of our West Virginia National Guard members, United States Army Specialist Sarah Westrom, and the United States Air Force Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf. These 2 courageous National Guardsmen were tragically shot in Washington, D.C. in a targeted assault against United States service members on November 26th of this year. Specialist Beckstrom was just 20 years old. She succumbed to her injuries on Thanksgiving Day. Sarah was a recent graduate of Webster High School. Her friends remember her as a true peacekeeper. She dreamed of becoming an FBI agent and held a deep, unwavering love for her country. Her loss is deeply felt across West Virginia and by a grateful nation that she served with honor. I urge my colleagues to join me in praying for her friends and her family, and as they continue to grieve from this tragic loss. Staff Sergeant Wolf is 24 years old and from Martinsburg, West Virginia. He graduated from Musselman High School and enlisted in the National Guard while he was still a student in high school. He was assigned to the Force Support Squadron, the 167th Airlift Wing of the West Virginia National Guard. Just yesterday, Staff Sergeant Wolf was discharged from the hospital and is now recovering at an inpatient rehabilitation facility. By the grace of God and through his steadfast grit, he has made steady improvements since last month's attack. He was recently able to sit in a chair and enjoy time with friends and family visiting him. His mother credits his miraculous improvements to the healing hand of God. I would urge my colleagues to continue to pray for Staff Sergeant Wolf's recovery, for the medical teams assisting him, and for his friends and family as they support him through this journey of healing. Our service members represent the very best in the United States. I am honored to join my fellow West Virginia representative, Congressman Riley Moore, in introducing this resolution recognizing these 2 incredible individuals and memorializing their selfless service to our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The lady from West Virginia yields. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. Moore.
Gentleman from West Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also rise in strong support of this resolution. I'll tell you, I can't believe I'm standing here talking about this. I really can't. The tragic nature of this is unfathomable. Myself and my colleague, Carol Miller, were at Sarah Beckstrom's funeral here just recently in Grafton, West Virginia, in my district. And I can't imagine being their parents, watching their parents and their sister all received that folded flag. It's just heartbreaking. I'm a father of 2 daughters myself and a son, but watching her father just grieve in that manner is just unimaginable. It really puts you at a loss for words. But Sarah, something that stuck with me about that entire service, that funeral, is they talked about her graduation cap when she graduated high school. And on her cap, she wrote, and it's Philippians 4:13, "I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me." This is what she chose to write on her graduation cap. "I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me." And I will tell you, just hearing that at that funeral, that strengthened me. I think it strengthened a lot of us there. And I think it's the reason that we've seen the miraculous recovery of Andy. And Andy Wolf, as we heard, graduated from Inwood High School. It's 20 minutes down the road from me. His father's the deputy sheriff in the county next to mine. And look, in West Virginia, we live in small communities. We all know each other. And so we're all hurting over this tremendously. This young lady lost her life when that should have never happened. Some Islamic radical terrorist took her life on the streets of Washington, D.C. And it's just so tragic. But out of the tragedy, I think there is some triumph in that the power of prayer has been proven in the recovery of Andy Wolf. I know myself and my wife and my family, we have been praying nonstop for his recovery, Mr. Speaker, and it's worked. It has truly worked, and his mom, Melody, has been begging everybody to continue to pray, and I urge everybody, both sides of the aisle, both sides of this building, across this country, continue to pray for Andy and his family. And I would point out, the state of West Virginia, we have some of the highest service in the country as it relates to per capita service in the military. We are proud, West Virginians are proud to wear that uniform and serve their country. And God bless the Beckstrom family. God bless the Wolf family. God bless this great nation. And rest in peace, Sarah. I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman from West Virginia yields. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the gentleman from West Virginia for his heartfelt comments, as well as Ms. Miller. And now I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I thank Representative Miller and Representative Whitman for doing this, for presenting this resolution. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of Representative Miller's resolution honoring the service and sacrifice of United States Army Specialist Sarah Beckstrom and United States Air Force Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf. Mr. Speaker, on November 26, in an act of terror, Sarah Beckstrom was tragically taken from us. She served her country with honor, with dedication, and her loss is felt deeply by her family, by her friends, fellow service members, and all who had the privilege of knowing her. This resolution recognizes her service to our great nation, and it extends our heartfelt condolences to those who mourn her passing. We also honor Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf, who courageously answered our nation's call to serve and was critically injured in the same heinous attack. As he continues his recovery, we're praying for his healing, strength for his family, and the medical professionals caring for him. His courage, his resilience, and his commitment to duty reflect the very best of our armed forces. Mr. Speaker, today we honor Sarah Beckstrom and Andrew Wolf, and we recognize their service, their strength, their sense of duty to our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Georgia yields. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as we've heard from Mr. Carter, from Ms. Miller, and from Mr. Moore, Sarah and Andrew, known at home as Andy, are really two individuals that we should all model ourselves after, that selfless service, and what they did not just at home in their communities, but what they did for the state of West Virginia, and what they did for our nation, those are the examples of what makes this nation great, of individuals willing to put their lives on the line for something bigger than themselves, for that foundation of what we all believe in this nation, what our Constitution guarantees, those freedoms and liberties that make the United States the greatest nation the world's ever known. Listen, we're blessed to live in a nation that has individuals like Sarah and Andy that are willing to put their lives on the line for those principles. You know, our nation was a nation founded on an idea that all are created equal, and that we have those unalienable rights given to us by our Creator, and that folks are willing to sacrifice everything in order to preserve those basic liberties and freedoms. This is just incredible. And when we gather together today to remember that selfless sacrifice of Sarah and Andy, it should make us all come together in the sense of what makes this nation great. It should make us all never forget how thankful we are for those that serve our nation in uniform. And not just those that serve in the military, but those that came to Sarah and Andy's call when they were injured. Those first responders, those law enforcement individuals. You know, we are blessed to have a nation of people willing to give of themselves for the greater purpose. That's, again, what makes this nation great. As we know, Sarah and Andy were two of those great group of people that I refer to. And unfortunately, in some sense, you know, there are not as many people that are interested in serving today, although we have recently seen a resurgence in that, which is great. People willing to do something that's greater than just themselves. And this, of what we see before us, that selfless sacrifice, remind us, again, of what makes this nation great. And we must never forget those sacrifices. And for the sacrifice of Sarah and Andy, who were viciously gunned down just blocks away from the White House, we will never forget their service to our nation. But instead of remembering them as victims of a hate crime, we must remember, again, their selfless service and sacrifice, their bravery and their courage. That should make us all admire them as individuals and admire those that are willing to make that ultimate sacrifice. And we grieve with Sarah's friends and family. We pray that their grief begins to subside and they can remember Sarah for the incredible legacy that she's left behind, for all the good that she's done here on earth. We stand with Andy and his friends and family in support of his recovery. It's great to hear from Mr. Moore that he's back home, back on that steady path to recovery. All great news. We thank both of them for their selfless sacrifice to our nation. We thank the citizens of West Virginia for what they do in providing that National Guard presence. We thank, too, our nation that puts together these great men and women to serve a greater cause. Mr. Speaker, again, wish our nation the best in the years to come and wish all of those that selflessly serve our nation nothing but God's continued blessings. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 923 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does a gentleman from South Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S-216, the Save Our Seas 2.0 Amendments Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 216, an act to amend the Save Our Seas 2.0 Act to improve the administration of the Marine Debris Foundation, to amend the Marine Debris Act to improve the administration of the Marine Debris Program of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from South Dakota, Mr. Johnson, and the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Figures, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes a gentleman from South Dakota.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on this bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Save Our Seas 2.0 Amendment Act continues important work that began last Congress and the 118th Congress to protect and preserve the quality of our oceans from marine debris. This bill will enhance the capabilities of NOAA to address the adverse impacts of marine debris on the U.S. economy and navigational safety, but it will not impose any new mandates on industry or local government. This bill also clarifies the proper functioning of the Marine Debris Foundation and requires it to establish its principal office here in Washington, D.C., or in a shoreline coastal community. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from South Dakota reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I too rise in support of S-216, the Save Our Seas 2.0 Amendments Act. But before I express support for that, I want to associate myself with the comments of my colleagues for the previous resolution condemning the violence against the members of the National Guard from West Virginia and condemning that horrific act that took the life of Army Specialist Sarah Beckstrom and has left gravely injured Air Force Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf. As it relates to the Save Our Seas Act, this bill will improve administration of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's Marine Debris Program and the Marine Debris Foundation so it can respond more effectively to the growing threats facing our coastal regions, of which I represent one in Mobile, Alabama. Each year, more than 11 million tons of plastic debris enters the oceans, endangering the livelihood of communities, small businesses, fishermen, and our food chain that rely on healthy waterways. Along Alabama's coastal communities, we understand how critically important reliable waterways are. This legislation takes practical steps to support the federal programs responsible for removing debris and protecting the safety and resilience of our coastal communities. The bill improves NOAA's marine debris program by giving the agency clearer authority to use new and existing tools to address pollution more effectively and allowing NOAA to work faster and in closer partnership with state and local governments, as well as tribal nations, nonprofits, and regional organizations. The bill requires the Marine Debris Foundation to develop and implement best practices for engaging with tribal governments to ensure that they are included in the programs and funding designed to protect the water resources. Finally, this legislation extends vital funding for marine debris removal efforts through 2029. It keeps programs running, supports long-term planning, and gives communities confidence that federal partners are committed to protecting our waters and natural resources. I am proud to support my colleagues who have worked on this important bipartisan legislation both here in the House as well as the Senate, and I look forward to seeing it passed into law. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from South Dakota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to yield 4 minutes to the representative from Oregon, Mrs. Bonamici.
Lady from Oregon is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Figures, for yielding. As the co-chair of the Bipartisan Oceans Caucus, I rise enthusiastically today in support of S-216, the Senate companion to my bipartisan legislation, the Save Our Seas 2.0 Amendments Act. Marine debris does not stay in one place. A plastic bottle tossed inland can end up hundreds of miles away, wrapped around a propeller, tangled in fishing gear, or broken down into microplastics that end up in the food we eat. Across the country, communities see the damage every day. In the Pacific Northwest, crews use marine debris program grants to remove abandoned and derelict vessels, rusting tankers that leak fuel, collapse into waterways, and scatter debris with every storm. These removals protect ports, safeguard workers, and prevent thousands of pounds of plastic and fiberglass from entering the ocean. In Alaska and the Gulf Coast, the program targets ghost fishing gear, including abandoned nets and traps. One abandoned net can trap fish, seabirds, and marine mammals for decades. Through this program, local partners recover that gear, return usable materials to fishers and anglers, and stop the cycle of loss. And in the Great Lakes, communities use these funds to intercept plastic before it reaches open water, cleaning up shorelines, restoring habitats, and keeping microplastics out of the drinking water systems that serve millions of people. This program doesn't stop at cleanup. It fuels economies and strengthens resilience. Since its creation in 2006, the Marine Debris Program has removed more than 36 metric tons of debris. According to NOAA, last year, the program's removal projects drove more than $474 million in tourism and $248 million in recreational value in just the 4 states in which it operates. The Marine Debris Program supports research and innovation that addresses microplastics and microfibers, the invisible pollution shed from tires, textiles, and everyday products. These particles show up in ocean sediments, in seafood, and even in human bloodstreams. This program helps scientists track them, understand them, and stop them at the source. The Save Our Seas 2.0 Amendments Act reauthorizes the Marine Debris Program so communities can keep doing this important work. It also makes targeted, responsible administrative fixes to the Marine Debris Foundation so the public-private partnerships deliver results faster and more effectively. The Senate passed this bipartisan bill unanimously earlier this year, and today Congress can send it to the President's desk. We often think of plastic pollution as an overwhelming problem, and we haven't made the strides necessary to solve it, but the Marine Debris Program and Foundation are proven tools that make a difference. When Congress invests in practical solutions to save our seas by empowering local leaders, scientists, fishers, and cleanup crews, it makes measurable progress. This bill protects ecosystems, jobs, and public health. Mr. Speaker, clean water and a healthy ocean support every community in this country, coastland and inland. I thank my colleagues, Representatives Radewagen and Moylan, for co-leading this legislation, and Senators Sullivan and Whitehouse for leading it in the Senate. I urge my colleagues to support Save Our Seas 2.0 amendments, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Lady from Oregon yields. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized either for more speakers or to close.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from South Dakota reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, passing this bill is an important step that we can take right now to help address the health and resilience of coastal communities like those that I represent. I support Senate Bill 216 and the Save Our Seas 2.0 Amendments Act and urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman from Alabama yields. The gentleman from South Dakota is recognized to close.
Sir, I would yield myself as much time as I would consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Ms. Bonamici said it right. This legislation will enable NOAA to continue addressing the adverse impacts of marine debris on our country's maritime economy, and it will ensure safe navigation on America's waterways. Importantly, this legislation will promote clean water and the protection of our natural resources without imposing new mandates on industry or local governments. Mr. Speaker, I urge support of the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 216? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4183 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4183, a bill to authorize appropriations for the Federal Maritime Commission for fiscal years 2026 through 2029 and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from South Dakota, Mr. Johnson, and the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Figures, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes a gentleman from South Dakota.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material into the record on this bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the time I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
The Chinese Communist Party does not play fair. That's why this bill, the Federal Maritime Commission Reauthorization Act, is so important. I suspect we all know that ocean-linked supply chains are critical to the economic competitiveness of the United States. Think about all the important materials we import into this country, and then think about all the important materials we export. Even just for a relatively small South Dakota, sir, we export $7 billion of manufactured goods and agricultural goods to the rest of the world every single year. That's almost $8,000 a year for every single South Dakotan. Clearly, this maritime trade is important. Now, because the Chinese Communist Party doesn't play fair, we need a focused and effective cop on the beat. We need someone who will be focused on the anti-competitive behavior from the Chinese Communist Party and others. The 5 largest ocean carriers and their coalitions, sir, they control 80 or 85% of the ocean carrier business. We want to make sure that anti-competitive behavior does not take place. This legislation has at least a couple of major thrusts that are going to make that so. First, it authorizes the fiscal years 26 and 27 appropriations for the SMC at the levels that are necessary to maintain the integrity of the marketplace through monitoring, enforcement, and proper adjudication. Secondly, it also provides the new authorities and direction that the FMC needs to be a vigilant protector for our American shippers, so that they can be a more informed regulator, so they can be a more effective guardian against the abuses by the Chinese Communist Party and their partners. Now, of course, Mr. Speaker, this all makes sense. It's very commonsensical. It's all very policy-focused. And that's why I'm happy to report that it was a strongly bipartisan piece of legislation throughout its journey through the committee. This is exactly what our country should be doing at this time. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from South Dakota reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I too rise in support of H.R. 4183, the Federal Maritime Commission Reauthorization Act of 2025, as amended. This bill updates and strengthens the authorities of the Federal Maritime Commission, or FMC, an agency that plays a critical role in ensuring an efficient, competitive, and economical maritime shipping system. And as my colleague from South Dakota indicated, it ensures that we have the resources necessary to level the playing field. The past several years have shown how essential it is to safeguard our shipping. Disruptions in global shipping, port congestion, and fluctuating freight rates have created serious challenges for American businesses and consumers alike. This legislation authorizes funding for the Federal Maritime Commission for fiscal years 2026 as well as 2027, ensuring that the agency has the consistent resources it needs over the next several years to continue its core oversight and enforcement work. The bill strengthens FMC's ability to address anti-competitive behavior, which is vitally necessary throughout the shipping industry. It also authorizes the FMC to investigate complaints against shipping exchanges concerning market manipulation and other anti-competitive practices. The bill creates a National Port Advisory Committee and a National Ocean Carrier Advisory Committee, which will provide critical informed insight to ensure a more fair and efficient international ocean freight system. I support this legislation, and I thank my colleague from South Dakota, Congressman Johnson, as well as the Democratic co-sponsors of this bill, and I ask that my colleagues support it. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from South Dakota is recognized.
I'm prepared to close, sir. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this is an important piece of legislation that will strengthen our Federal Maritime Commission and ensure we have a competitive, effective, and efficient maritime transportation system. I support H.R. 4183 as introduced by my colleague from South Dakota. as amended and urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Alabama yields back. Gentleman from South Dakota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, whether they realize it or not, every single American benefits from having a competitive maritime marketplace. For that to be the case, you have to have a cop on the beat that understands the job, is focused on anti-competitive behavior, and is driven to make sure that the free market works in the maritime space. This bill pushes forward all of those goals, and with that, I would urge support of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4183 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3962 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 348, H.R. 3962, a bill to amend the Federal Water Pollution Control Act to reauthorize the National Estuary Program and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from South Dakota, Mr. Johnson, and the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Figures, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Dakota.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert other extraneous material into the record on this bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the time I may consume.
The gentleman from South Dakota recognized.
H.R. 3962, as amended, reauthorizes EPA's National Estuary Program until 2031. The NEP was created by Congress in 1987 as a non-regulatory program to deliver cost-shared grant money to local communities to improve water quality in coastal areas. The NEP is a clear success story, demonstrating that when Washington empowers local experts to lead in the areas they know best, the outcomes are stronger. For every federal dollar invested, NEP estuaries leverage an additional $17 from other sources. This approach has improved water quality in estuaries nationwide without imposing new regulations. This program was last reauthorized by President Trump, and I commend my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, particularly the diligent and hardworking Mr. Figures as lead sponsor, for their work on this bill, and I urge support. H.R. 3962, as amended, also adds the Mississippi Sound to the list for priority consideration of selection by the EPA for inclusion in the NEP. This bill, as amended, was favorably reported out of committee, T&I, by a vote of 57 yeas to 2 nays on September 17, 2025. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I urge support of the legislation, and I reserve.
The gentleman from South Dakota reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 3962 as amended, the Enhancing Science Treatment and Upkeep of America's Resilient and Important Estuarian Systems Act, also more simply known as the Estuaries Act. I am proud to be the lead on this bipartisan bill. I would like to thank the co-chairs of the Estuary Caucus, Ranking Member Rick Larson, as well as Representatives Bonamici, Herodopoulos, and Mast, all of whom are original co-sponsors of this bill. The National Estuaries Program, or NEP, is an important resource for supporting locally led efforts to restore and protect the health of our coastal estuaries nationwide. This bill reauthorizes the NEP for 5 years and adds the Mississippi Sound to the list of estuaries for priority consideration. Reauthorization ensures continued federal support for this critical program, which has protected vital habitats, improved water quality, and fostered regional resilience since its creation in 1987. Protecting and restoring Mobile Bay, which is in the heart of my district, is essential to Alabama's environment, flood protection, and seafaring economy as well. Mobile Bay is now home to the deepest port in the Gulf, and so protecting its surrounding estuaries is critical not just to our local economy, but to our regional and national economy as well. I want to take a moment to recognize Roberta Swan, who has led the Mobile Bay National Estuary Program since 2009 and is calling it a career at the end of this year. Ranking Member Larson and I had the privilege of meeting with her in Mobile this past August, and her dedication to building partnerships and advancing science-based solutions is a big reason the program has been so successful in Mobile. It could not be more fitting that in the same year in which she celebrates 16 years of leadership and her retirement, that her congressman has the honor of leading this reauthorization and advancing it through the House of Representatives here today. And this year, the Association of National Estuary Programs fall meeting was held in Mobile, which is my hometown, a powerful reminder of the Bay's national significance and of how this program brings people together to share solutions across the country. This program funds partnerships between the EPA, states, local governments, and community stakeholders. It is very successful in leveraging not just federal dollars, but on average, the local NEPs raise an additional $17 for every $1 in federal funding, as my colleague Representative Johnson also noted. These non-federal dollars come through in-kind, local, state, and private sources, which are utilized by the local program leaders in accordance with their comprehensive conservation and management plans. The NEP allows the locals to lead and address the water quality issues because they know best. Projects carried out using NEP funds cover a wide range of possibilities, but always keep the locals in the driver's seat. They may include protecting shoreline habitats, increasing the ecological integrity of estuaries, or building coastal resilience. Projects also may aim to improve water quality or encourage community access to coastal ecosystems. In other instances, funds may support estuaries in a broader scope, such as supporting adjacent land acquisitions or upgrading nearby wastewater or stormwater infrastructure. Regardless, these decisions are made locally and based on the specific NEP program and its unique location and specific needs. Currently, there are 28 active NEP initiatives nationwide. This includes all corners of the country, from the Puget Sound, Washington, to Santa Monica Bay, California, and my home in Mobile, Alabama, all the way up to Casco Bay in Maine. I will always champion efforts like the National Estuary Program, which protect and restore our critical natural resources while utilizing local knowledge and ensuring the efficient use of federal funds. This is a program that is working. It is popular, and it deserves our support. I urge passage of the Estuaries Act as amended and ask all my colleagues to do the same. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from South Dakota is recognized.
Sir, I'm prepared to close, and I would reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to yield 4 minutes to the representative from Oregon, Mrs. Bonamici.
The lady from Oregon is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Figures, for yielding. I rise today in support of H.R. 3962, the Enhancing Science, Treatment, and Upkeep of America's Resilient and Important Estuarian Systems Act, or the Estuaries Act. Estuaries rank among the most productive ecosystems in the country, where freshwater meets saltwater, and entire communities benefit from that key meeting point. Families depend on estuaries for clean water. Fishers depend on them for healthy stocks. Small businesses depend on them for tourism, recreation, and the natural beauty that draws people to our coasts. When estuaries thrive, local communities thrive. The National Estuary Program makes that possible. For more than 3 decades, NEP partnerships have restored wetlands, improved water quality, reduced toxic pollutants, strengthened fish habitat, and built natural buffers that protect homes and businesses from flooding and storm surge. These partnerships unite scientists, local governments, tribal nations, fishers and anglers, farmers, and community leaders around a shared plan, and those plans deliver results. In Tillamook Bay in Oregon, and the district I'm honored to represent, the NEP helped restore hundreds of acres of tidal wetland, which improved salmon runs, protected dairy farms from flooding, and created new recreational corridors. On the Gulf Coast, NEP projects rebuilt marshes that shield frontline communities from hurricanes, and in New England, estuary programs helped revive shellfish beds that sustain entire working waterfronts. This bill continues the NEP's successful legacy. The Estuaries Act reauthorizes competitive grants through 2031, so every estuary of national significance can implement science-driven conservation, respond to emerging threats, and support long-term economic resilience. This bill upholds a simple principle. When we give local experts the tools they need, they protect the ecosystems that protect us. This legislation reflects a strong bipartisan, bicameral commitment to support these critical ecosystems and recognize their significance. I thank Representative Figures for leading this effort. Thank you as well to Representative Johnson for his support, and also thank my fellow co-chairs of the Bipartisan Estuary Caucus for their partnership, Representatives Herodopoulos, Mass, and Ranking Member Larson. Together, we can continue decades of success in estuary restoration and resilience. I encourage all of my colleagues to support the Estuaries Act, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The lady yields. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized to either for speakers or for closing.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from South Dakota reserves. Gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. Speaker, to date, the National Estuary Program has restored more than 2.5 million acres of coastal habitat nationwide. The 28 program, soon to be 29 with the addition of the Mississippi Sound and partnerships, will work hard to address challenges we are all familiar with, like harmful algal blooms, coastal erosion, and runoff pollution. Keeping our estuaries healthy means keeping our coastal communities strong. Estuaries protect these communities from flooding, store clean water, support commercial fish habitats, and provide recreational opportunities. Let's keep working together to restore and protect these essential ecosystems. Reauthorizing the National Estuary Program will allow us to do just that. I support H.R. 3962, the Estuaries Act, as amended, and urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Alabama yields back. The gentleman from South Dakota is recognized.
Sir, I'd yield myself the time I would consume.
Without objection.
So I think, Mr. Speaker, the American people can be forgiven if they're watching cable news and they assume that the only thing we do around here is fight. But I think the last three bills on the floor are a good example that indeed that is not the case. Now, let's be honest, none of these bills have been silver bullets slaying the biggest policy challenges facing our nation, but they are real attempts at governing. The Save Our Seas Act, FMC reauthorization, and the Estuaries Act, are attempts by serious legislators, people like Mr. Mast, Mr. Herodopoulos, Ms. Bonamici, Mr. Larson, Mr. Figures, to address real problems facing our country. And indeed, this bill is a bipartisan attempt to reauthorize the long-standing non-regulatory EPA grant program that does empower locals to solve these problems far more powerfully than if we just had the experts in D.C. do it. This is a good bill. It is the continuation of a theme on the floor today of serious legislators doing serious work. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I urge support of this bill, and I would yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3962 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2876.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 246, H.R. 2876, a bill to conform the use of certain non-federal land in Salt Lake City, Utah for public purposes and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, and the gentleman from Puerto Rico, Mr. Hernandez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend the remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 2876, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 2876, the University of Utah Research Park Act, led by Representative Blake Moore of Utah. H.R. 2876 resolves legal uncertainty surrounding the University of Utah's ownership of 593 acres of land in the heart of Salt Lake City. This uncertainty comprises the university's flagship research park, a key educational and economic development center. Since its conveyance under the Research and Public Purposes Act in 1968, this parcel has grown into a nationally recognized hub for innovation. Home to 81 university departments and more than 50 pharmaceutical, medical research, and biotechnology companies. Today, Research Park employs over 14,000 Utahns and provides invaluable education opportunities for students preparing to lead in the fields of science and medicine. Despite this long record of success, a recent BLM review raised questions about whether the park's use of the land aligns with the terms of the original patent, H.R. 2876, clears up this ambiguity by affirming the park's current use is valid and consistent with the public purpose envisioned at the time of the conveyance. This is a simple, bipartisan bill that cuts red tape and ensures the University of Utah can continue building on nearly 6 decades of scientific discovery, economic growth, and global impact. I'd like to commend Representative Moore for leading this effort in the House and the chairman of the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee, Senator Lee, for championing this bill in the Senate. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 2876, and I reserve the balance of my time.
From Minnesota reserves, the gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the University of Utah Research Park Act. The University of Utah's Research Park is comprised of 593 acres that were originally issued as a land patent in 1968 through the Bureau of Land Management. The area was later conveyed under the Recreation and Public Purposes Act for academic expansion of the university. Today, the Research Park supports a multitude of uses, including technology, education, and medical facilities. Although the parcel was conveyed to the university, a reversionary clause remains in place to ensure continued public use. While reversionary clauses are standard practice, in this case it has created challenges for the university in pursuing new opportunities that fall outside the traditional sense of public purposes under the Recreation and Public Purposes Act, even though the site was previously approved for university expansion. H.R. 2876 would clarify and affirm that the research park is consistent with the original application so that the university can continue to grow the research park. I urge support for the bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Puerto Rico reserves. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Utah, the lead sponsor of this bill, Mr. Moore.
The gentleman from Utah is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. To my colleague and friend from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, it's worth actually noting that the area focus of this bill, the location, is a stone's throw from the very cauldron that the Miracle on Ice team lit during the 2002 Winter Olympics. And congratulations to you for getting that bill signed into law, the Congressional Gold Medal Act for those amazing patriots. I actually watched that movie with my kids over the weekend and saw the patriotism start to brew, really. An amazing feat, so thank you very much for that. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, the University of Utah Research Park Act, which passed unanimously out of the Natural Resources Committee in September. This legislation addresses legal uncertainties surrounding the University of Utah's use of land initially conveyed to the school by the Bureau of Land Management back in 1968. At that time, the university requested land on the Fort Douglas Military Reservation for academic and research use, a request approved and granted by the BLM. Since then, the university has built a nationally recognized research park, housing over 50 companies and employing nearly 14,000 Utahns. Research Park has been instrumental in establishing Utah as a leader in innovation, Last year, I was proud to welcome my colleagues on the Ways and Means Committee to Research Park for a field hearing to show them firsthand how Utah continues to lead in biotech innovation. Unfortunately, after decades of cooperative engagement between the University of Utah and the federal government, there have been questions as to whether the longstanding activities at Research Park are consistent with the original land patent under the Recreation and Public Purposes Act. The University of Utah Research Park Act addresses these concerns and makes it clear that the school is operating within the parameters of the law. With the assurance that the university can continue to operate the park, they will have increased ability to invest institutional resources and improve the park without the worry of additional red tape and regulatory restrictions, or worse, the area reverting back to federal control. My bill will provide the university with needed stability and confirm the original intent and approval of the land transfer, allowing the university to plan strategically to meet the needs of its students, the community, and industry. I thank Chairman Westerman and my colleagues of the Utah House and Senate delegation for joining me in this effort to ensure that the University of Utah's Research Park can continue to serve as a premier research incubator. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 2876. Go Utes, and I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Utah yields. The gentleman from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. We are prepared to close. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized to close.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Minnesota.
I'm prepared to close.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, H.R. 2876 resolves an unnecessary cloud over this property by confirming the valid use of the University of Utah's prized research park, which has served the public for decades. This common sense bill will allow the park to keep driving innovation, supporting thousands of good jobs, and giving students hands-on opportunities to learn and grow. I'd like to thank once again Representative Moore, Senator Lee, and the entire Utah congressional delegation for their work on this important effort. I urge my colleague to join me in supporting this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2876? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 972.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 235, H.R. 972. A bill to amend the Sloan Canyon National Conservation Area Act to adjust the boundary of the Sloan Canyon National Conservation Area and for other purposes.
The rule, the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, and the gentleman from Puerto Rico, Mr. Hernandez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 972, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 972, the Sloan Canyon Conservation and Lateral Pipeline Act, introduced by Representative Titus. Southern Nevada is one of the fastest growing regions in the country, and with growth comes increased demand for critical resources like drinking water. Right now, nearly 40% of the Las Vegas Valley's water is carried through a single pipeline that was built in the 1990s. That's a huge vulnerability. If that line goes down, whether for repairs or due to an outage, the entire region could face a water supply crisis. The Southern Nevada Water Authority has done its homework. After years of study and work with local stakeholders, it has proposed the Horizon Lateral Pipeline to ensure a resilient and reliable water supply for families and businesses across the Las Vegas Valley. The preferred southern route of this pipeline passes under the Sloan Canyon National Conservation Area. Compared to other alternatives, this alignment minimizes impacts on neighborhoods and is estimated to save taxpayers nearly $200 million. H.R. 972 authorizes the preferred route for this pipeline through the National Conservation Area. This bill also expands the Sloan Canyon National Conservation Area by more than 9,000 acres. The Bureau of Land Management already manages these lands, so the expansion would not add to the federal estate. The bill also allows materials excavated from the tunneling to be reused for infrastructure and public improvements. This legislation is about balance. It provides the infrastructure Southern Nevada needs to keep pace with growth and ensure reliable water deliveries without compromising conservation. That's the kind of practical, forward-looking management we need more of. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 972, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Secretary.
I've been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S390, an act to require federal law enforcement agencies to report on cases of missing or murdered Indians and for other purposes in which the concurrence of the House is requested.
Gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 972, the Sloan Canyon Conservation and Lateral Pipeline Act, introduced by my colleague, Representative Titus from Nevada. This bill would expand the Sloan Canyon National Conservation Area and authorize the Horizon Lateral Water Pipeline. The Sloan Canyon National Conservation Area contains over 48,000 acres of the Mojave Desert, including petroglyphs, wilderness areas, and a variety of key wildlife species. The National Conservation Area forms the mountainous southern edge of Las Vegas and Henderson, Nevada. Representative Titus's bill balances conservation with the needs of the growing Las Vegas community. Under this proposal, the footprint of the National Conservation Area would grow by nearly 20%, while a portion of the Southern Nevada Water Authority's Horizon Lateral Water Pipeline would be granted a right-of-way to tunnel underneath the conservation area. After years of study and engagement with local stakeholders, the Water Authority determined this would be the safest, most effective, and least disruptive route for a key source of water in the Las Vegas Valley. This legislation will create new opportunities for outdoor recreation and protect unique desert habitats, all while increasing water reliability for over 1 million southern Nevadans. Having access to clean water is vital for communities to thrive, and those of us here in Congress know all too well how challenging it can be to ensure that happens in the face of changing populations and a changing climate. I urge support for this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Puerto Rico reserves. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I am prepared to close. I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as she may consume to the gentlewoman from Nevada, the sponsor of the bill, Representative Titus.
The lady from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleagues for their kind words of support. I, too, am rising today in support of this bill, H.R. 972, that I brought before you. It's the Sloan Canyon Conservation and Lateral Pipeline Act. As we barrel towards record low water projections at Lake Mead and the increasing risk of prolonged drought due to climate change, there is no time to waste in securing water reliability for Southern Nevadans. My bill would allow a portion of the Southern Nevada Water Authority's Horizon Lateral Water Pipeline project to tunnel beneath Sloan Canyon National Conservation Area. This pipeline will increase water reliability for over 1 million Southern Nevadans. It will fortify the region's water infrastructure against potential outages, and it will minimize disruptions and impacts to the surrounding communities. The proposed underground route beneath the Sloan Canyon National Conservation Area is estimated to save Southern Nevadans at least $200 million, while minimizing disturbances to both residents and the local environment. This route for the Horizon Lateral Water Pipeline also ensures the water delivery system's redundancy in emergency situations, and it offers flexibility to accommodate the needs of a growing community. Finally, this legislation expands the Sloan Canyon National Conservation Area by 9,290 acres to enhance the preservation of the desert landscapes and habitat unique to southern Nevada. Now, I call that a win-win-win. It's no wonder that my legislation received bipartisan support in the House Natural Resources Committee, and I thank them for that. It's also supported by businesses, conservationists, and the Southern Nevada Water Authority. So thank you for your attention to this, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes today on this critical legislation for Southern Nevada's water future. Now yield back.
The lady from Nevada yields. The gentleman from Puerto Rico reserves.
Yes, I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Reserve.
Mr. Speaker,
Gentleman, everyone is reserved. Puerto Rico is recognized.
I have no further requests for time. We're prepared to close. I reserve.
The gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Puerto Rico yields. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 972 will ensure that the people of southern Nevada have a more reliable water supply with fewer risks of disruption. This legislation shows we can meet the needs of growing communities while being good stewards of America's public lands. I urge all my colleagues to support H.R. 972 and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 972? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1045.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 236, H.R. 1045, a bill to amend the Southwest Forest Health and Wildfire Prevention Act of 2004 to require the establishment of an additional institute under that act.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, and the gentleman from Puerto Rico, Mr. Hernandez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 1045, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1045, the Utah Wildfire Research Institution Act of 2025, offered by Representative Kennedy of Utah. Across the West, and particularly in Utah, wildfire risk is increasing. In 2024, more than 90,000 acres burned in the state. Along the Wasatch Front, the number of fire weather days has grown by 15 since 1973, meaning fires now have a longer window to ignite and spread. This is exacerbated by the accumulation of hazardous fuels caused by a century of fire suppression and a lack of active management. In 2004, Congress created the Southwest Ecological Restoration Institute, or SWRI, in Arizona, Colorado, and New Mexico to advance wildfire research and promote science-based forest management. These institutes have been invaluable partners to federal and state land managers, producing peer-reviewed research, improving forest health, and helping reduce the risk of catastrophic wildfires across the West. Despite facing the same wildfire threats as Four Corners neighbors, Utah is the only state in the region without a SWRI center. Representative Kennedy's legislation corrects this oversight by authorizing an additional institute in Utah, allowing the state to expand research, strengthen watershed restoration, and develop innovative fuel reduction strategies. We know that forest management is the single most crucial factor in determining wildfire severity. This bill builds on proven model on a proven model and will bolster Utah's ability to confront wildfire risks head-on. I'd like to commend Representative Kennedy and the chairman of the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee, Senator Lee, for their leadership on this issue. Their legislation has broad support in the state of Utah, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting it today. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of Representative Kennedy's bill, the Utah Wildfire Research Institute Act of 2025. This bill would expand wildfire research capacity by including Utah in the Southwest Ecological Restoration Institute's network, also known as SWERI. The SWERI program has proven to be a valuable model for scientific collaboration and forest health innovation, assisting in wildfire restoration and preparedness across the Southwest. This legislation proposes Utah State University as the host university, which would partner with local, state, and federal agencies to enhance forest and range load management and implement strategies for long-term ecological restoration. Adding a fourth institute in Utah has the potential to increase and accelerate the reach and impact of SWERI. While I support adding another SWERI to the existing network, I must also note that I remain very concerned about the administration's proposed deep cuts to our land management agencies, which partner with SWERIs and fund their key research efforts. The administration's attacks on these agencies threaten the very existence of current SWERIs and the viability of the new Utah site. We need sustained investment for research to protect our communities and landscapes, and the administration's proposed level of investment would certainly not be sufficient to support the existing program, let alone the expansion proposed by this bill. I urge support for this legislation, but I also call upon my colleagues to join us in standing up to this administration's reckless cuts. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Utah, the lead sponsor of this bill, Mr. Kennedy.
The gentleman from Utah is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you to my colleague from Minnesota. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 1045, the Utah Wildfire Research Institute Act of 2025. Utah is in a wildfire crisis. Our unique environment makes wildfires a constant danger. It is common to drive down I-15, a major thoroughfare in Utah, in the warm months and see fire on the side of our beautiful mountains. In 2004, Congress created 3 regional centers in Arizona, Colorado, and New Mexico dedicated to strengthening forest health and reducing wildfire risk. These centers, now collectively known as the Southwest Ecological Restoration Institutes, or SWERI, serve as hubs for research, data sharing, and on-the-ground collaboration. They bring together the expertise of our universities with the experience of state, local, and federal land managers. Since 2004, Utah has had over 23,000 wildfires and over 3 million acres have been burned. These aren't mere statistics, but represent impacted livelihoods, damaged watersheds, strained emergency responders, and long-term burdens on our economy, infrastructure, and public safety. These fires have scarred our lands and endangered our growing population. For us in Utah, the next major wildfire is not a question of if, but when and how devastating it will be. That is why the Utah Wildfire Institute Act is essential. By passing this bill, Congress has the opportunity to strengthen how we understand, prevent, and respond to wildfire in the Mountain West. As the only four-corner state to not have a SWERI facility, it is only right for Utah to have a dedicated hub focused on the wildfire challenges facing Utah and the surrounding states. It will allow our universities, firefighters, land managers, and federal partners to work together. It will help us understand fire behavior in high-elevation deserts. It will support innovations in fuel management, post-fire watershed recovery, and community resilience. More importantly, the Utah Wildfire Institute will ensure that we are not simply reacting to each crisis as it comes, but planning ahead. This bill reflects what Utahns already know, that collaboration, science-based planning, and proactive management are the most effective tools we have to protect our land and our people. It is a vote for safer communities, for healthier forests and rangelands, and for responsible stewardship of the places that we call home. I urge my colleagues to support the Utah Wildfire Institute Act, as this investment will protect Utah for generations to come. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Utah yields.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. We are prepared to close. I reserve.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time and am prepared to close. I continue to reserve.
Gentleman from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized to close.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this legislation is straightforward. It builds on the proven success of the Southwest Ecological Restoration Institutes in Arizona, Colorado, and New Mexico by finally extending this important program to Utah. Establishing a SWARE-E in Utah will expand wildlife research, strengthen collaboration with land managers, and provide new tools to improve forest health and reduce catastrophic wildfires. I urge my colleagues to support Representative Kennedy's bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 1045? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill S 2878.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 2878, an act to reauthorize funding to monitor, assess, and research the Great Lakes Basin and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, the gentleman from Puerto Rico, Mr. Hernandez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on S 2878, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of S 2878, the Great Lakes Fishery Research Reauthorization Act. The Great Lakes Fishery Research Program is administered by the U.S. Geological Survey, which works in concert with the Great Lakes Fishery Commission to conduct research and collect data to support the binational fisheries within the Great Lakes Basin. This bill would continue the many tools that help manage and protect these fisheries, which are integral to the region's economic and ecological health. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. S 2878 will reauthorize the U.S. Geological Survey Great Lakes Fishery Research Program to continue essential research that informs fishery management decisions across the Great Lake Basin. Effective fishery management starts and ends with accurate data, which is why the information provided by this program is the foundation for the decisions taken by state and tribal fishery managers. The Great Lakes region supports a nearly $5 billion sport and commercial fishing industry that relies on sound scientific research to protect and manage its aquatic ecosystems. This program supports research to identify and combat invasive species like the sea lamprey and the Asian carp, conduct surveys for sport fish management, and monitor impacts of harmful algae blooms on fisheries. The Great Lakes Science Center also brings in more than 300,000 visitors annually and supports thousands of jobs. Healthy fish populations benefit both the environment and the businesses that depend on them. The bill would provide $15 million annually through fiscal year 2030 to continue research that protects native species, monitor invasive species, and assess the impacts of habitat degradation and climate change on the Great Lakes. I commend Representative Quigley, Senator Peters, and the bipartisan Great Lakes delegation for their work on this important legislation. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as he may consume to the gentleman from Illinois, the sponsor of this bill in the House, Representative Quigley.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you for considering the bill, the Great Lakes Fishery Research Reauthorization Act. This bill would reauthorize critical Great Lakes research programs at $15 million per year for 5 years. I'd like to start by thanking my colleague, Representative Huizenga, for his partnership on this bill in the House. Protecting and restoring our Great Lakes has long been a bipartisan priority, and I'm proud of our work together on this topic. Lake Michigan is the pride and joy of Chicago, but the native ecosystems are at risk. You might have noticed the poster behind me. This is a sea lamprey. They are not native to the Great Lakes, but they've found their way in. When left unchecked, they wreak havoc on our ecosystems. If this graphic doesn't convince you, then I don't know that we don't want these suckers in the Great Lakes. I'm not sure what will. Their suction cup mouth clamps onto native fish species to feed on them, kind of like a giant leech. One sea lamprey can kill up to 40 pounds of Great Lakes fish over a 12 to 18-month feeding period. And that's just one of the threats that we're currently up against. Alongside the lamprey, there are over 60 invasive species in the Great Lakes. Those include zebra mussels, rusty crayfish, and round goby. They compete for the same resources, prey on native species, and many don't have natural predators in the Great Lakes. Without intervention, these invasive species will be really bad for our native fish and plant populations. 61 native fish species are currently threatened or endangered. In the 1950s, the United States and Canada established the Great Lakes Fishery Commission to shore up our shared fisheries. Decades of overfishing, invasive species, and human impact on the lakes threatened the native fish species and led to 20 species going extinct. For all those reasons who depend on fishery for food, livelihood, and sport, it's critical that we continue to monitor the Great Lakes and our native fish species. The total value of commercial, recreational, and tribal fishing in the Great Lakes is at least $5 billion, and the industry supports an estimated 75,000 jobs across the region. Research into the Great Lakes fishery provides us with the data and information necessary to manage fish populations, conduct habitat maintenance, roll out educational programs, and more. For the last 5 years, this program has provided funds for the U.S. Geological Survey, and more specifically, the Great Lakes Science Center to conduct scientific research and invest in new technology. With the help of this funding, the Great Lakes Science Center has field operations in 5 of the 8 Great Lakes states, where it owns and operates a fleet of large research vessels to monitor the lakes and the fishery. This information is used to ensure that these crucial ecosystems stay healthy and productive. Other researchers across the region rely on data collected over decades to analyze trends in the Great Lakes and help keep them healthy. Reauthorizing this program now will allow the Great Lakes Science Center to continue its research and provide data sets that are stable and reliable into the future. The Senate has already passed this reauthorization, and I encourage my colleagues to help get this bill over the finish line. Lastly, I want to thank my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and in the Senate, including Senator Peters, who introduced the version of the bill we'll be voting on today, and Senator Husted, representing the great state of Ohio. Thank you for your consideration. I urge you to vote yes.
Gentleman from Illinois yields. The gentleman from Puerto Rico reserves.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time and am prepared to close. I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Michigan.
The lady from Michigan is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of S 2878. The Great Lakes aren't just a part of Michigan and the Heartland's landscape. They are part of our economy, our identity, and our heritage. They are more than 20% of the world's fresh water and must be protected. They provide drinking water to millions. They are home to a thriving ecosystem for a wide breadth of species, and they support countless jobs. Our Great Lakes fishing economy alone is worth more than $5 billion. Unfortunately, there are many threats jeopardizing the future of the Great Lakes and the region's way of life, including, as my colleagues just heard described, the highly invasive sea lamprey, one of the most disgusting things I've ever witnessed in my life. The USGS, known as the Great Lakes Science Center, is located in my district. It meets the nation's need for scientific information used to restore, enhance, manage, and protect the freshwater fisheries and habitats of the Great Lakes. The GLSC helps protect the freshwater fisheries and habitats that are invaluable economic and ecological assets for the entire Great Lakes region. We know the devastating effects that invasive species, pollution, and extreme weather have had on the Great Lakes, and the research conducted at this lab is essential to mitigating these threats and addressing these issues. The work of the GLSC and the Great Lakes Fishery Commission has reduced invasive sea lamprey population in the Great Lakes by 90%. Thanks to this program, populations of native fish, including lake trout, whitefish, and walleye, have started to recover, and with them, the economy of the region. In November of 2024, the Great Lakes Fishery Commission announced that lake trout, a popular fish exterminated by sea lampreys and overfishing in the mid-1900s, has fully rebounded in Lake Superior. We must continue to support the GLSC's work with the Fishery Commission because the fight against invasive species is an ongoing battle. The Great Lakes Fishery Research Reauthorization Act would reauthorize funding for the Great Lakes Science Center for another 5 years, helping to ensure that they're able to continue conducting the critical research that ensures future generations can enjoy the same beauty, biodiversity, and economic opportunities for our Great Lakes for many years. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this legislation. I yield back, Mr.
The lady yields. The gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. We are prepared to close. I reserve.
Gentleman is recognized to close.
Reserve.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this bill supports effective fishery management, which starts with accurate data. I want to thank Representative Quigley and Huizenga, and I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 2878? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2815 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 306, H.R. 2815, a bill to provide equitable treatment for the people of the Village Corporation established for the native village of Saxman, Alaska, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, and the gentleman from Puerto Rico, Mr. Hernandez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material in H.R. 2815, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 2815, the Cape Fox Land Entitlement Finalization Act of 2025, introduced by Representative Begich of Alaska, would finalize the Cape Fox Corporation's remaining Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act, or ANCSA, land entitlement. In addition, this legislation would resolve land management issues tied to the Mahoney Lake Power Project. ANCSA was enacted by Congress to settle the Aboriginal land claims of Alaska Natives. Under ANCSA, Alaska Native corporations were established to receive land under the settlement and disperse money to Alaska Natives. The Cape Fox Corporation, or CFC, has yet to receive their full conveyance, with 180 acres remaining. The Bureau of Land Management is responsible for conveying the remaining acres to CFC and has proposed specific acreage to complete the entitlement. However, CFC has rejected the BLM's proposal as the proposed lands were outside of their core township, non-contiguous with their existing land holdings, and of limited economic value. CFC has identified 180 acres of land between their existing parcels, which would connect the land and complete the settlement. The acres in this legislation would also enable the development of Mahoney Lake Power Project. CFC holds a Federal Energy Regulatory Commission license and an easement for a power line and road corridor nearby. They also own the land adjacent to the substation. Power demand for the area exceeds available supply. In fact, in 2024, all available power was online, and it still was not enough. This legislation takes steps to increase the availability of affordable power for the area. This legislation would not only finalize CFC's remaining ANCSA land conveyance, but it also resolves land management issues related to the power project. I want to commend Mr. Begich for this work on behalf of his constituency, and I urge support for this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act, or ANCSA, was enacted to recognize and settle the land claims of Alaska Natives. As part of this act, the Cape Fox Village Corporation received a land entitlement but was unable to select usable land due to a technicality that restricted Cape Fox from selecting lands within 6 miles of Ketchikan. This left Cape Fox with mostly remote mountainous lands with no productive or economic value. As a result, ANCSA's settlement for Cape Fox remains unresolved. H.R. 2815 would waive the technical requirement and allow the Secretary of the Interior to convey approximately 180 acres of surface estate within the Tongass National Forest in southeast Alaska to the Cape Fox Village Corporation, along with subsurface interests to the Silaska Corporation. This legislation would resolve the long-standing land claim issue for Cape Fox. I ask my colleagues to vote yes on this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Alaska, the lead sponsor of this bill, Mr. Begich.
The gentleman from Alaska is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, Alaska's future is tied to land. It's how we build infrastructure, develop our resources, and create opportunities for our communities. But for far too long, Alaska Native corporations have faced unnecessary delays and constraints in securing the lands they were promised under the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act. After more than 50 years, Cape Fox Corporation, representing the village of Saxman, is among the last southeast villages still waiting for a full land entitlement. H.R. 2815 fixes that. The bill authorizes a simple strategic land exchange, about 180 acres, to finally connect 2 Cape Fox parcels and honor a promise made decades ago. This bill also paves the way for a renewable energy corridor and year-round access to vital subsistence and tourism areas. It enables local development, supports energy independence, and strengthens Southeast Alaska's economy, all while respecting tribal sovereignty and the original intent of ANCSA. There is strong local support for this bill from utilities, businesses, and local governments. It's a common-sense, consensus-driven solution. Let's finish what Congress started and deliver resolution to the people of Saxman. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 2815 and help move the people of Saxman forward. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Alaska yields. The gentleman from Minnesota
I reserve.
Reserves. The gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
I have no further requests for time. We are prepared to close. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Minnesota
reserve.
Also reserves. The gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized to close.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 2815 finalizes CFC's outstanding ANCSA land conveyance while working to alleviate future land concerns with the Mahoney Lake Power Project. This legislation has the support of various Alaska organizations, government representatives, and impacted groups. I want to thank Mr. Begich for his hard work on this bill, and I urge passage of H.R. 2815, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2815 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3620.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 347, H.R. 3620. A bill to provide for the conveyance of certain property to the South Central Foundation located in Anchorage, Alaska, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, and the gentleman from Puerto Rico, Mr. Hernandez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material in H.R. 3620, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 3620, the South Central Foundation Land Transfer Act of 2025, sponsored by my colleague, Representative Begich of Alaska. This bill would transfer approximately 3.4 acres of federal land in Anchorage, Alaska, to the South Central Foundation. South Central Foundation is a tribally operated health organization serving Alaska Native people under the Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act. This parcel, currently owned by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, has housed South Central Foundation behavioral health programs since 1994, over 30 years. However, the foundation did not currently hold title to the property. As a result, it cannot secure financing to improve or replace the aging facility, meaning that it can take full advantage of it cannot, take full advantage of opportunities to expand mental health services for the Alaska Native population that it serves. H.R. 3620 corrects this by conveying the land to South Central Foundation so it may move forward with plans to construct a modern behavioral health facility. The foundation has already coordinated with the municipality of Anchorage to rezone the land in anticipation of this project. Once the bill is signed into law, construction can and will begin immediately. This is a common sense measure that supports tribal self-determination. It empowers a proven provider to serve its community with up-to-date infrastructure. I want to thank Representative Begich for introducing this bill and for his hard work and leadership on Alaska Native health issues. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 3620, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under this bill, the South Central Foundation Land Transfer Act, title to the land where the South Central Foundation operates, the Koyona Clubhouse and Intensive Case Management Program, would be transferred from the Indian Health Service to the foundation. This transfer would give the foundation the ability to invest in a new facility to house both of these vital programs. The Koyona Clubhouse offers an integrated behavioral and primary care service day treatment program, while the Intensive Case Management Program provides community-based, non-clinical support. By obtaining title to the land, the South Central Foundation will be able to construct a new facility to house both programs. This will allow for better care transitions, reduce transportation costs, and make it easier for thousands of Alaska Native people to access services. I ask my colleagues to vote yes on this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Alaska, the lead sponsor of this bill, Mr. Begich.
The gentleman from Alaska is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 3620, the South Central Foundation Land Transfer Act. This is a bill that reflects both common sense and compassion, and I'm proud to sponsor it. South Central Foundation is a nationally respected Alaska Native health provider serving over 70,000 people with an integrated, culturally grounded model of care that works. But some of the buildings that they're using for behavioral health services, buildings like the Kiwanis Clubhouse, are aging, inadequate, and in some cases were never meant to facilitate medical services. One facility was literally a former morgue. Mr. Speaker, this legislation enables something critically important: the ability to deliver modern mental health care in a space designed for healing and recovery. In Alaska, we face real challenges. People dealing with serious mental illness are being served in locations that were not designed for clinical care. That's unacceptable. They deserve better: safe, dignified, purpose-built treatment environments that reflect the seriousness of their needs and the inherent dignity of their lives. H.R. 3620 clears the way for South Central Foundation to build that future. This bill transfers land already in use and allows South Central Foundation to make long-term investments in modern infrastructure. The bill supports tribal self-determination, strengthens care delivery, and empowers a trusted partner to do even more for our communities. This is a narrowly tailored, fiscally responsible bill with broad support. I urge my colleagues to join me in advancing this measure and helping more Alaskans get the care that they deserve. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Alaska yields. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
reserve.
Reserves. The gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
I have no further requests for time. We are prepared to close. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Minnesota
Reserve.
reserves. The gentleman from
I urge
Puerto
my-
Rico is recognized to close.
Thank you. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 3620 is a simple fix that will have a meaningful impact. By granting South Central Foundation title to the land it has used for decades, we are removing bureaucratic barriers and enabling the construction of a modern behavioral health facility. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 3620 and help us take a small but significant step forward in improving behavioral health outcomes for our tribal communities. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3620? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3176 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3176, a bill to amend the John D. Dingle Jr. Conservation, Management, and Recreation Act to reauthorize the National Volcano Early Warning and Monitoring System.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, and the gentleman from Puerto Rico, Mr. Hernandez, each will control 20 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 3176, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 3176, which will amend the John D. Dingle Jr. Conservation Management and Recreation Act to reauthorize the National Volcano Early Warning and Monitoring System, NVUS. First, I'd like to thank my colleague from Alaska, Representative Begich, for his efforts on this bill. With over 130 volcanoes and volcanic fields, Alaska has more volcanoes than any other state, and more than 50 of those have been active in the last 300 years. Volcanic hazards are difficult to estimate on a year-to-year basis, but when they occur, the results can be catastrophic. For example, the Mount St. Helens eruption in 1980 caused more than $1 billion in damage. Adjusting for inflation, that figure would now exceed $4 billion today. Damage estimates for volcanic eruptions can swing wildly depending on many factors, but are most always severe, underscoring the need for early warning and monitoring. Obviously, protecting human life is our paramount concern in monitoring volcanic activity. But it's not just people on the ground who are at risk. Aircraft that are flying within 1,000 miles of a volcano eruption can experience damage if they're not made aware of the smoke. Volcanic eruptions can be detrimental and even fatal to passengers and crew. The lives of families near erupting volcanoes are priceless, far surpassing the value of any damaged infrastructure. To protect those lives, we must be able to monitor volcanic activity effectively and broadcast early warnings of eruptions. This is why Congress should reauthorize this critical program so that communities near volcanoes are provided ample time to react to an eruption and so that air traffic is warned of potential dangers. The NVIEWS Advisory Committee is integral to this program. It provides the Secretary of the Interior with information on current program activities and relevant research that may provide the program going forward. The committee cannot meet while the program is unauthorized. However, so reauthorization is essential to get the committee working again. While we cannot stop volcanic eruptions, we can take prudent steps to minimize damage and the loss of life. That's precisely what this program is intended to do. I ask my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of this bill to reauthorize the National Volcano Early Warning and Monitoring System. This program is essential to the public safety mission of the United States Geological Survey. Working in coordination with the Department of Transportation, the Federal Aviation Administration, NOAA, and FEMA, the National Volcano Early Warning and Monitoring System helps us better forecast volcanic activity and prepare for emergencies. This forecasting helps save lives, protects property, and safeguards our infrastructure. This program reflects that the federal government works best in coordination with the community, and it supports outside science and expertise. It works in partnership with local government and emergency managers, provides grants to universities and research institutions, and ensures that data is shared openly with the public. That means communities have the information they need when it counts the most. The early warning system was first authorized through the bipartisan Dingell Act with a clear mission to monitor, warn, and protect. Since then, scientists have been able to expand our volcano monitoring program to ensure that every dangerous volcano in the United States is tracked at appropriate levels, allowing experts to issue timely and accurate warnings to protect communities from avoidable harm. I am grateful for the bipartisan work my colleagues put into this bill to ensure that the program gets the funding it deserves. I'm happy to support the continuity of this program and urge my colleagues to do the same. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Alaska, the lead sponsor of this bill, Mr. Begich.
The gentleman from Alaska is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 3176, the bill to reauthorize the National Volcano Early Warning and Monitoring System. This is a program of national importance. Volcano monitoring strengthens safety and emergency preparedness across the country, from the Cascades to Hawaii to the Rockies. But there's no question that Alaska has the most at stake. Our state is home to over 130 active volcanoes, by far the largest concentration in the United States. These aren't isolated or dormant. Mount Spur, just 80 miles from Anchorage, reached a yellow alert level due to elevated seismic activity earlier this year, and it's still listed as a very high threat by the most recent edition of the USGS National Volcanic Threat Assessment. If it erupts, as it did in 1992 and 1953, ashfall could shut down air traffic, damage critical infrastructure, and put lives at risk. H.R. 3176 is a straightforward 5-year reauthorization that keeps the program funded and operational. It maintains existing funding levels, but provides the U.S. Geological Survey and its partners with the continuity that they need to monitor high-threat volcanoes and coordinate real-time alerts with emergency responders. Early warning is essential. It gives pilots time to reroute, gives communities time to prepare, and saves lives, especially in rural, high-risk states like Alaska, where response logistics are already challenging. This is a bipartisan, science-based system that works. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 3176 and ensure that every community living in the shadow of volcanic risk has the tools to stay safe. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
I have no further requests for time. We are prepared to close. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
I reserve as well.
Gentleman from Minnesota also reserves. The gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized to close.
I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Minnesota can close.
Mr. Speaker, in closing, I would again like to commend my colleague from Alaska, Mr. Begich, for working to pass meaningful legislation that can save lives. With that, I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 3176, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3176 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3187 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 248, H.R. 3187, a bill to require the Secretary of Agriculture to convey a parcel of property of the Forest Service to Perry County, Arkansas, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, and the gentleman from Puerto Rico, Mr. Hernandez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material in H.R. 3187, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 3187, led by my friend and colleague from Arkansas, Representative Hill. This legislation directs the Secretary of Agriculture to convey a vacant Forest Service building and less than 1 acre of surrounding land in Perryville, Arkansas, to Perry County. This property has sat vacant for years, and the Forest Service has no plans for its use. In the meantime, the building has been damaged by weather and continues to decline structurally. Every year, it stays vacant, resulting in higher repair costs and increased liability for the federal government and taxpayers. Instead of watching this asset deteriorate, we have the chance to put it to productive use for the local community. For more than a decade, Perry County sought to acquire this site to meet pressing needs in education, conservation, and youth development. The county intends to renovate and repurpose the building to provide a permanent home for the University of Arkansas Extension Program, the Perry County Conservation District, and 4-H youth programs. Having a dedicated facility will allow these organizations to expand their services and better support the people of Perry County. This bill is also fiscally responsible. It will eliminate the federal cost of maintaining an idled, deteriorating building. By transferring the site, we stop wasting resources and empower local leaders to transform a declining federal property into a hub for education, conservation, and youth programs. H.R. 3187 is a common sense solution. It cuts cost, eliminates waste, and supports youth engagement in conservation. I'd like to commend Representative Hill for his champion this thoughtful legislation, which will support community development in rural county, in the rural county with limited resources. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting 3187, H.R. 3187, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 3187, a bill to convey a small but meaningful parcel of Forest Service property to Perry County, Arkansas. This legislation would direct the Secretary of Agriculture to convey a little less than 1 acre of land located in Perryville, Arkansas, including any structures on the property, to Perry County, should the county request the transfer within 180 days of enactment. While modest in size, this land holds important local value. It currently houses a building previously used by the U.S. Forest Service, which Perry County hopes to repurpose for local administrative use, public services, or other community-focused purposes. The conveyance would be subject to existing rights and environmental safeguards and would be made without cost to the county, other than administrative and survey-related expenses which Perry County would cover. This is a common-sense, community-driven bill that reflects how federal land policy can and should be responsive to local needs. It would ensure that unused federal property can be repurposed to save the public good while preserving transparency, accountability, and proper oversight. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Arkansas, the lead sponsor of this bill, Mr. Hill.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Stauber, thank you for the time. I do rise in support of my bill, H.R. 3187. First, I want to thank my good friend, fellow Arkansan Chairman Westerman, for advancing my bill from the committee to this House floor. I thank all the members of the Natural Resources Committee for their bipartisan and unanimous support. As noted, my bill seeks to transfer ownership of a vacant federal building owned by the U.S. Forest Service at 1069 Fush Avenue in Perryville, Arkansas, Perry County. This property is no longer in use by the Forest Service, and there are no plans for its utilization by them. And that's been the case, Mr. Speaker, for well over a decade. Perry County is a very small rural community with a population of around 10,000. About 16% of the residents there live below the poverty line. 77% of the county is forested, and 72% of that land is privately owned. The U.S. Forest Service is the largest public landowner in the county, managing 119,000 acres as a part of the Ouachita National Forest. For several years, the county has mightily sought to acquire this property. However, due to limited resources, that high poverty rate, this small county has been unable to easily navigate the complex federal rules and to find a way to purchase the property outright. My legislation would enable the federal government to convey the property at no cost to the county with all the benefits that Mr. Stauber outlined. The building has many significant repairs, but the county does have that repair budget appropriately. Once restored, the facility will support many local programs, specifically the University of Arkansas Extension Program, the Perry County Conservation District, and importantly, serve as a meeting place for our 4-H youth development program. These organizations are currently struggling with limited options for meeting space in Perryville. This cures that problem. My bill provides Perry County with this much-needed facility to expand youth development, agriculture, education, and community health initiatives. I want to thank Perry County Judge Larry Blackman, Perryville Mayor John Rowland, the Perry County Extension Office, the Perry County Chamber of Commerce, and the Perry County Farm Bureau, all for working with us collectively, both on the Natural Resources Committee staff and my staff, to bring this and make it a reality. I urge my colleagues to join the committee and myself in supporting a unanimous vote for H.R. 3187, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Arkansas yields. The gentleman from Minnesota
reserves
and is prepared to close.
Prepared to close.
The gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Puerto Rico yields. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized to close.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 3187 is about turning a federal liability into a community asset. Right now, taxpayers are stuck with the cost of a vacant building that continues to deteriorate. With this bill, we can remove that burden, transfer the property to Perry County, Arkansas, and allow local leaders to put it to work serving their community. This legislation will provide a permanent home for programs that strengthen conservation, support farmers and landowners, and create new opportunities for young people through 4-H extension services. It's a practical, cost-effective solution that delivers real value. I once again would like to thank Representative Hill for his hard work on this bill, and I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of today. Thank you, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3187 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in.
Mr. Speaker, I demand the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3872 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 309, H.R. 3872, a bill to amend the Mineral Leasing Act for acquired lands to make that act applicable to hard rock minerals.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, and the gentleman from Puerto Rico, Mr. Hernandez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 3872, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 3872, which would amend the Mineral Leasing Act for acquired lands, clarifying that all lands acquired by the federal government are eligible to be considered for hard rock mineral leasing. I'd like to thank my colleagues, Representative Fallon, for his work on this bipartisan piece of legislation. Acquired lands comprise 10% of the nation's federal lands, or 64 million acres. The Mineral Leasing Act for acquired lands governs mineral leasing for a wide range of resources on these lands. However, the existing statute leaves out hard rock minerals. As a result, acquired federal lands holding key critical minerals have effectively been locked up. This includes vast deposits in the Smackover Formation, which spans across the southeastern United States and hosts some of America's best lithium reserves. Specifically in Northeast Texas, the Bureau of Land Management is currently unable to even consider hard rock mineral leasing for a lithium-rich portion of the Smackover Formation because it is located on land acquired by the federal government more than 80 years ago under a statute that does not explicitly allow hard rock mineral leasing. H.R. 3872 would address this issue by providing a much-needed technical fix to the Mineral Leasing Act for acquired lands, giving the Secretary of the Interior the authority to tap into our vast mineral wealth across all types of acquired lands. As we seek to reshore our key mineral supply chains, we must ensure that no stone gets left unturned. By allowing greater access to tens of millions of acres of acquired lands, this legislation will help to break our reliance on adversarial nations like China. Again, I thank my colleague, Mr. Fallon, for his work on this common sense bill, and I ask my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
On reserves, the gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 3872, a bill to amend the Mineral Leasing Act for acquired lands, clarifying that all lands acquired by the federal government are eligible for potential hard rock mineral leasing. Most mining of federal lands operates under a claim system where U.S. citizens or U.S. subsidiaries of foreign companies can claim certain open areas of public land for their mineral rights. On most acquired lands, which are lands obtained through means other than the original public lands laws, like through a purchase or exchange, hard rock mineral rights are leased, similar to procedures for oil, gas, and coal. But if the statute used to acquire that land doesn't explicitly authorize hard rock mineral leasing, then mineral leasing can't take place. This is the case with the Department of Defense lands in Texas, specifically the Red River Army Depot, which was acquired under various statutes that did not specifically authorize hard rock leasing. A lithium exploration company applied for a permit to explore at the Army Depot, but the Bureau of Land Management did not have the power to authorize the exploration. The company already has industrial leases on adjacent private lands, and this bill would not grant any specific permits, but would give BLM the authority to issue permits and leases if appropriate. This is a good bill. It's a technical fix that will help us potentially develop lithium resources, which are essential for the clean energy transition. And I will add, this bill authorizes hard rock leasing, which is a far better and more responsible practice than the claim staking system we have across the rest of our federal lands. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, the lead sponsor of this bill, Mr. Fallon.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If critical minerals like lithium, they're essential to our national security, and then if that's the case, then why are we still relying on our #1 global adversary to supply them. I mean, China is mining about 18% of all the lithium in the world. With the United States, that percentage is less than 1. And as far as refining, China is about 67%, some estimates up to 80%, where the United States is at 2%. For years now, the United States has been over-reliant on communists in Beijing. And it's America's best national security interest to maintain deterrence against the CCP, not only in the Indo-Pacific, but here at home, and especially here at home, in our supply chains and critical industries. This is why we first introduced H.R. 3872, the America Act, which would allow for expanded extraction of critical minerals on federal lands. In fact, we already have some of these critical minerals in abundance. A portion of the district I am privileged to represent falls within what is known as the Smackover Formation, a geological formation that encompasses areas from East Texas all the way to the Florida Panhandle. Thanks to a recent U.S. Geological Survey-led study, we know there's an estimated 5 to 19 million tons of lithium reserves in the Smackover formation, and it's ready for extraction. Lithium is essential for the military and defense applications. It includes batteries and power systems used in unmanned aerial systems, such as the ones planning to be assembled under the Army Sky Foundry initiative, which is also absolutely critical for our future nation's defense. Under current law, these valuable lithium deposits are locked up on federal lands, preventing their usage. The America Act would amend the Mineral Leasing Act for acquired lands by adding hard rock minerals as part of the listed deposits subject to leasing, so that all federally acquired lands can be considered for hard rock mineral leasing. The America Act would also give the Secretary of Interior the authority to follow through on President Trump's executive order by ramping up mineral extraction and production on our own federal lands. We can't continue to play into the hands of Beijing by granting them de facto control of the global lithium supply chain. It makes absolutely no sense. Whether through domestic mines or ones they have gained through other means, such as the Belt and Road Initiative. The demand for lithium will only continue to increase as the days go by, and we must bolster our national capabilities and work to address the ever-growing burden on our nation's power grid. By passing America Act, we would make this is common sense, and we're going to take these steps to utilize federal lands to their full and utmost potential. I want to thank my colleagues very much for their consideration, and for the sake of America's security, I urge all of our colleagues in this august chamber to support H.R. 3872. And Mr. Chairman and Mr. President, I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas yields. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized. Reserves. The gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Yes, sir. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Minnesota.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time and am prepared to close. I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized to close.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a great bill that would provide a much-needed technical fix to the Mineral Leasing Act for acquired lands. I again thank my colleague from Texas, Mr. Fallon, for his work on this bipartisan piece of legislation. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3872 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1098 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1098, a bill to reauthorize the Junior Duck Stamp Conservation Design Program Act of 1994.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, and the gentleman from Puerto Rico, Mr. Hernandez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material in H.R. 1098, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1098 to reauthorize the Junior Duck Stamp Conservation and Design Program Act of 1994, sponsored by Representative Scholten from Michigan. Participants in the Junior Duck Stamp Program take part in a waterfowl-themed art competition, and the winning artwork is transformed into collectible stamps. The proceeds from these stamps support efforts to connect the next generation of Americans to the outdoors. The legislation before us would reauthorize the program through fiscal year 2031. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 1098 would reauthorize the Junior Duck Stamp Conservation and Design Program, a small but mighty initiative that has inspired young conservationists for over 3 decades. As the Fish and Wildlife Service puts it, this dynamic art and science curriculum reaches students from kindergarten through high school, teaching them about wetland and waterfowl conservation through hands-on learning and artistic expression. It's education at its finest, combining creativity with conservation, art with action. What makes this program truly special is how it's funded. 100%, every single penny of revenue from Junior Duck Stamp sales goes directly back into supporting environmental education activities for students and recognizing students for their conservation efforts. This isn't government waste or bureaucratic overhead. This is a program that pays for itself while delivering real results. In a time when we're seeing declining connections between young people and nature, when screen time often outweighs green time, programs like this are more important than ever. It's exactly the kind of targeted, effective investment we should be making. I want to commend Representatives Scholten and Yakim for their bipartisan leadership on this issue. The Junior Duck Stamp Program represents the best of what government can do, inspiring young people, supporting education, and protecting our natural heritage, all while operating efficiently and transparently. Our children deserve the chance to connect with nature, to understand their role as stewards of the environment, and to express that connection through art and learning. This program gives them that chance. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 1098. Thank you, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized. Reserves. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Puerto Rico.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as she may consume to the gentlewoman from Michigan, the sponsor of the bill, Representative Scholten.
The lady from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the chairman and ranking member for hearing my bill today. It is such a critical piece of legislation. Those of us from Great Lakes states know how important it is to connect our young people back to the water that surrounds them, to nature, to get off their phones and into the great outdoors. I rise today in support of this incredible piece of bipartisan legislation that I co-sponsor with another great Midwesterner, Rudy Yakum, the Junior Duck Stamp Reauthorization Act. This program is an art and science-based curriculum that educates children on the importance of wetlands and waterfowl conservation. The Junior Duck Stamp curriculum is a program during which students can develop an understanding of waterfowl anatomy and habitats, culminating in the Junior Duck Stamp art competition, where participants may draw or paint a picture of an eligible North American waterfowl species. The winning image of this contest then goes on to be featured on the Junior Duck Stamp itself, with proceeds of the stamp being redirected to educational activities for the students participating in the program. As we mentioned, this program has been in existence for 30 years and the benefits have been proven. This bill will provide an extension of the Junior Duck Stamp program through 2031, empowering our children to learn more about conservation and their world around them. If we do not act today, we could lose all the good that comes from this program. I'm fortunate to come from an outdoorsy household where we are a camping, hiking, hunting, and fishing family. These experiences have been critical to my own sons, James and Wesley, in their upbringing, and the extension of this program will ensure that other households have consistent access to exploring our environment as well. We must encourage our children to connect with the environment, to understand how to preserve the natural world that makes Michigan and the entire United States such a wonderful place to live. That's what the Junior Duck Stamp program is all about. and I'm thrilled to lead this legislation to ensure future generations of children can learn about conservation while tapping into their artistic skills. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
From Michigan yields back. The gentleman from Puerto Rico reserves.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close. I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Puerto Rico.
I have no further requests either. I prepare to close. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized to close.
Mr. Speaker, this bill reauthorizes an important program that invests in the next generation and encourages them to continue our country's great outdoor and sporting legacy. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1098 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2400 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 245, H.R. 2400, a bill to take certain federal land in the state of California into trust for the benefit of the Pitt River Tribe.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, and the gentleman from Puerto Rico, Mr. Hernandez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 2400, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 2400, the Pitt River Land Transfer Act of 2025, introduced by Representative LaMalfa, would place approximately 584 acres of U.S. Forest Service land, commonly known as the Four Corners, into trust for the Pitt River Tribe. After decades of conflict and loss, the Pitt River Tribe was federally recognized in 1976. The Pitt River Tribe consists of 11 different California tribal lands and resides on a 100-square-mile reservation. In the late 1960s and early 1970s, the tribe aimed to regain control of the Four Corners property near Bernie, California. Over the years, the tribe repeatedly tried to regain the Four Corners land from federal ownership, but has been unsuccessful. Although the land is now owned by the U.S. Forest Service, it is ancestral to the Pitt River Tribe. The tribe wishes to reacquire its ancestral lands and eventually build an interpretive center there. Gaming on these lands, pursuant to the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, would be prohibited. I applaud Mr. LaMalfa for working hard with the tribe to develop H.R. 2400. I urge support and reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Pitt River Land Transfer Act will transfer approximately 583 acres of land into trust for the benefit of the Pitt River Tribe in Northern California. This land, known as the Four Corners property, is currently managed by the U.S. Forest Service, and it's a site of great historic and cultural significance within the tribe's ancestral territory. In 1970, members of the tribe peacefully occupied Four Corners to advocate for the return of their ancestral homelands. This occupation was met with violence by authorities and remains a historic event in the tribe's fight to restore their homelands and sovereignty. H.R. 2400 will return the Four Corners property to the tribe, allowing them to steward the land and develop an interpretive center to share their history and culture. In addition, this land will provide the tribe opportunities for economic development, education, and environmental stewardship. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, the lead sponsor of this bill, Mr. LaMalfa.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the gentleman from Minnesota. I thank the gentleman from Puerto Rico for all of us being able to pull together on this piece of legislation. H.R. 2400 is something that's been long overdue, that the Pitt River Tribe has been very patient and oftentimes not treated very well in the process of establishing that they would like to once again own this land, the 580 acres that's known as the Four Corners, which is actually along 299 in eastern Shasta County. It's between the towns of Burney and Fall River Mills in Northeast California, and of course will become part of their reservation. This promotes local stewardship, economic development, and tribal sovereignty by placing this modest piece of land back into trust for the tribe. So it's something they've really pursued for a lot of years, and we've tried to encourage here is that local stewardship, our tribes can provide a very valuable part in either helping or supplanting the Forest Service on the lands that they're not managing as rapidly or as well as I would like to see. So we're looking forward to greater stewardship and the opportunities for the tribe. It is really a physical and spiritual landmark for the tribe, central to their identity and ability to thrive and grow on their own ancestral lands. Of course, their ties to the land go back many, many centuries. It holds deep spiritual and historical value to them. As a focal point of activism, as mentioned during the 70s, where tribal members asserting their rights faced unjust arrests and bureaucratic hurdles, again, with a lot of perseverance to get here today. The Pitt River Tribe has pursued every legal administrative avenue to acquire this land, of course, facing endless bureaucratic delays. This bill will put an end to that and will empower the tribe to lead on land stewardship, cultural preservation, and future development efforts, which will be an opportunity for everybody that travels the area. Owning the Four Corners will allow it to build, as mentioned, an interpretive center so it can educate the public on the history of the tribe, other tribes in the area, as well as better land stewardship. The conservation that will come from it with the process as well, honor their ancestral past, their present, and into the future. It strengthens their regional stewardship and again will improve land management for all of us to enjoy and make it a little more fire safe. And it will help also to support their self-determination. So with that, I urge everyone in this Congress to vote for H.R. 2400. And I thank my colleague.
Gentleman from California yields. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests, and I am prepared to close. I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized to close.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized to close.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 2400 would place approximately 584 acres of U.S. Forest Service land, referred to as the Four Corners, into trust for the Pitt River Tribe. The tribe has attempted to pursue this ask through administrative process, but it is time for Congress to assist legislatively. I urge passage of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2400 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair announces the Speaker's reappointment effective December 16, 2025, pursuant to Section 2 of the Civil Rights Commission's Amendments Act of 1984, 42 U.S.C. 1975, and the order of the House of January 3, 2025, of the following individual on the part of the House to the Commission on Civil Rights for a term expiring on December 15, 2031.
Mr. Peter N. Kirsanow of Cleveland, Ohio.
Pursuant to Clause 12 of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motions to suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 284 and House Resolution 3187. HR 3187. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, to suspend the rules and pass Senate 284, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 284, an act to reauthorize the Congressional Award Act.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 370, the nays are 22, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3187 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar number 248, H.R. 3187, a bill to require the Secretary of Agriculture to convey a parcel of property of the Forest Service to Perry County, Arkansas, and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 388, the nays are 0. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will be in order. Members are requested to take their conversations outside. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House out of order.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, today, alongside my partner in the Rhode Island House delegation, Seth Magaziner, we rise to honor two students, Ella Cook and Mohammed Aziz Morkazov, whose lives were tragically ended in the horrific mass shooting at Brown University this weekend. 9 other students were injured in the shooting. 8 remain in the hospital. Today, we hold in the light the victims, their families, and the Brown University and broader Rhode Island communities. I thank Mayor Brett Smiley of Providence, Governor Dan McKee, and local leaders for their leadership in their ongoing response to this senseless tragedy. We're grateful to the first responders for their prompt action on the scene and medical professionals for caring for the wounded. As law enforcement continues their work, we thank them for their efforts and wish them strength in their pursuit to bring to justice whoever committed this horrific act. For the extended Brown University, Providence, and Rhode Island communities and everyone impacted around the country, we continue to stand together to heal and work towards the safety we all deserve. And I ask all of my colleagues to join me in a moment of silence. I yield back.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The chair now will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. Be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker and honored members, in 2027, beginning in April and ending in October, the Salt Lake Temple, which is to my left, will be open for public tours. All are welcome, with 3 to 5 million visitors expected during this historic event that will be important to Utahns and especially to those who will again worship and serve there. I invite all of my colleagues in the House and their families to visit Salt Lake City and tour the temple with me. Though it was not the first, it has become the most recognizable temple of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Many visitors associate the temple with Utah's capital city. The temple was built of native granite and took 40 years to complete with the goal to construct it so it would last throughout time. Come experience the spirit of this event with me. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Jewish Business Network, JBN, will be recognizing a group of outstanding business leaders at their breakfast in Tarrytown tomorrow, Tuesday, December 16th. The individuals saluted have made a positive impact on the business community in the region of Westchester County and surrounding counties. Those to be honored include the Gabelli Leadership Awards given to Paul Adler, Chief Strategy Officer with Rand Commercial, Adam Hammerman, Vice President and CEO of New York Medical College, Brad Schwartz, a partner at Zarin and Steinmetz law firm. The Friedland Young Leadership Awards will be given to Samuel Adler of Rand Commercial and Lee Lefkowitz, partner for Zarin and Steinmetz lawyers. We salute these talented and committed professionals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oklahoma seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate my incredible Marine Corps fellow, Captain Simona Elvin, for her tremendous work this past year in my office. Simona has been instrumental in helping prepare for legislation, meetings, and defense events. Her expertise has been crucial in crafting legislation that directly benefits our service members in Oklahoma's 5th Congressional District. Her hard work in my office in service to our nation is applaudable. Simona, we will miss you, not only for what you have brought to us legislatively, but also who you are as a person. From day one, it was obvious that you would fit well with Team Bice. Your attitude, spirit, and wit will be truly missed, especially at Monday morning coffee. This past weekend was the 126th Army-Navy game. And as a member of the Board of Visitors at West Point, this is not easy to say, but for Simona, I will. Congrats, Navy. You will be truly missed. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
The gentlelady yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you so very much to Ohio's corn and soy farmers for their excellent agricultural summit in which I participated about a week ago in Defiance, Ohio. We discussed the importance of biofuels as a reliable source of income for Northwest Ohio farmers, in fact, 44% of their income and rising. This is a great victory for our country over the last 3 decades. Let me thank our region's farmers, processors, growers for bringing together leaders from the biofuels industry, ag commodity groups, Ohio Farm Bureau, and refineries to hear directly about the increase in demand and production for biofuels, really as a new initiative every day to increase income for farmers as they lose export markets due to tariffs. Biofuels now comprise over 44% of their bottom line. In the early days, I worked with senators on both sides of the aisle and led the effort here in the House to make sure people had access to E85 ethanol at the fuel pumps. It's been a great gift of my career to have served long enough to see that we've been successful. We also flew the first fighter jet F-16 out of our base 20 years ago using biofuels, and it worked. We're very proud of this industry as it grows, and my hats are off to Ohio farmers and Midwest farmers who are making this reality in our lifetime. What America makes and grows America. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
And extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and congratulate the outstanding USA men's deaf basketball team that recently earned the gold medal while competing at the 2025 Deaf Olympics in Tokyo. The team bested every other competing country, culminating in an electrifying 69-59 victory over Ukraine in the finals. I would like to give special recognition to one of my constituents, Patrick Danon of De Pere, who was a key member of this team and brought the gold medal home to Wisconsin's 8th District. Patrick, who attended my alma mater, St. Norbert College, had to learn how to adapt to basketball after becoming deaf as the result of contracting meningitis at 6 months old. Despite this, he never let that stop him from excelling as a standout player in high school, college, and now at the international level. Patrick Danon and the rest of his teammates showed incredible skill, determination, and fortitude, and their victory was well-deserved. I also want to recognize the USA women's deaf basketball team, who earned the silver medal in Tokyo, further demonstrating the strength of American athletes on the world stage. While these games may not have gotten the attention from the media that they rightfully deserve, it's my honor to stand here today on the House floor to recognize their achievement and ensure that they know just how proud they have made our country. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask my colleagues to join me in once again congratulating the USA men's basketball team for their outstanding gold medal victory at the Deaf Olympics, and I look forward to their future success. Mr. Speaker, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Vermont seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Oh, you were right. Mr. Speaker, in light of the President's offensive and cruel post about the tragic murders of director Rob Reiner and his wife, producer and actress Michelle Reiner, I think it's important to speak out. Mr. Speaker, may this be the last time America elects a president devoid of sympathy and compassion. May this be the last time that we choose someone so heartless and cruel who denies the basic dignity of honoring someone's life when they've been murdered. May this be the last time we choose someone who divides us instead of unites us. May this be the last time we elevate and celebrate a man unwilling to offer condolence or consolation or comfort. May this be the last time we choose a leader wrapped up in spite and vindictiveness. May this be the last time that we lose ourselves in our collective cruelty. I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Fred Gretsch, who celebrates 60 years leading Gretsch drums and shaping one of the most respected names in percussion. Mr. Gretsch joined the family business in 1965 and devoted his career to preserving its heritage while pushing forward thoughtful innovation. His leadership helped define the distinct Gretsch sound that musicians across generations continue to recognize. Rather than chase trends, he prioritized tone and careful craftsmanship. That commitment helped the company remain a standard for artists who value instruments built with care and character. Gretsch Drums has reached stages large and small and remains a trusted choice for professionals and young musicians beginning their journey. This milestone reflects decades of determination and stewardship from Mr. Gretsch and those who have worked beside him. Today, we recognize Fred Gretsch for his influence on American music and for protecting a legacy that continues to inspire. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Clara Lee Phillips, a cherished member of the Albany community and a woman whose dedication and service strengthened the very heart of New York's 20th Congressional District. Born in Langsdale, Mississippi, Clara made Albany her home in 1964 and devoted 36 years of faithful service to Albany Medical Center. Even after retirement, she continued giving back, volunteering, cooking, and supporting the youth of the South End with unwavering dedication. Miss Clara, as she was affectionately known, was a founder of Mississippi Day in Albany, a celebration now in its 13th year. What began as her way of sharing a piece of home grew into a cherished community tradition, uniting neighbors through food, music, culture, and yes, storytelling. On behalf of the 20th Congressional District, I extend our deepest condolences to Miss Clara's family, her church community, and the countless friends and neighbors whose lives she touched. Her legacy of service, unity, and love will endure in Albany for years to come. We honor her today with gratitude and commit to carrying forward that great spirit that she brought to our district every single day. With that, we thank you, Ms. Clara, and I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Affordability, the buzzword these days. Let's drill down, so to speak, on energy costs. Now, my home state of California is the producer of a great amount of our awesome ag products, our fruits, vegetables, tree, nut crops. And when we have what we're about to see in California, 2 different refineries are slated to close. Phillips 66 in the south and a Valero one up north. Those 2 refineries are approximately 20% of the fuel supply for the state. Also, California's refinery capacity affects Nevada and Arizona, as they're right next door, and part of the shipment of our oil products goes there. So when we're on schedule to see these closed down because they can't afford to do business in my home state anymore, the rest of the country, under the awesome energy policy we've had for about the last 11 months, seeing prices come down. I've seen in Colorado two different times in the $1.85 range. California is still about $4.50, and it's going to continue to go up when there's less capacity. When a pipeline shuts down, we need energy affordability. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Congress has the opportunity to save Christmas. As millions across the country face the uncertainty and anxiety about their health coverage, without congressional action, the enhanced premium tax credits under the Affordable Care Act will soon expire, leading to higher costs and risking health care coverage for some altogether, forcing families off health plans and adding to the burden that rural health centers with unpaid care are already experiencing at the time that members of Congress prepare to go home for Christmas to their families with the certainty of their own coverage. It's just not right. There are bipartisan proposals to address this crisis, and I thank my colleagues who've been working around the clock to find a solution and who have not lost sight of why constituents have sent us here, to work for them, to work for solutions. One of the greatest gifts of Congress that we can give to families back home is accountability and coverage. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. McClellan, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the minority speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on the subject of this special order.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, we have 4 legislative days left in 2025, 17 days total. This is our last chance to prevent 22 million people from seeing their health insurance premiums double or even triple, and for some to see their health insurance premiums spike beyond their ability to pay when the enhanced premiums tax credits expire on December 31st. An estimated 5 million people will find that they can no longer afford those premiums and will lose their coverage altogether. For the past month, the Congressional Black Caucus has told stories on this floor of our constituents who will be impacted by this body's failure to act. Restaurant owners, beauticians, barbers, landscapers, florists, mediators, chiropractors, restaurant owners, funeral directors, farmers, small business owners, their employees, gig workers, the self-employed, and more. We've told stories of people worried about how they're going to pay that unexpected bill if they get sick or injured, if they lose their health insurance. We have 4 days to prevent that from happening. Last week, the Senate failed to act. The administration doesn't even seem to have a concept of a plan, so it's up to the House. Leader Jeffries has a discharge petition open right now to extend the credits. We need just 4 Republicans to sign on. Last week, Punchbowl News reported that Speaker Johnson is planning a long process to fix health care, saying he anticipates working on health care through the second quarter of next year. But open enrollment ends on January 15th, a month from today. And those new premiums will take effect on January 1st, 17 days. You know who can't wait for the Speaker's process? My constituent, Lester Johnson, co-owner with his wife of Mama J's Restaurant. They and their daughter rely on the Affordable Care Act, paying about $700 a month for their premiums in 2025. But without the enhanced premium tax credits, their bill is going to go up to more than $1,400 a month. And many of his roughly 40 employees are going to see their premiums spike as well. It's a lot of money for people, Lester said. And not knowing what the price is going to be because of a stalemate in Congress adds uncertainty. Everybody's feeling the anxiety. Lester's not sure what he's going to do. I've told stories of constituents in Virginia who found a plan they could afford, but with higher deductibles. And so they're worried. I guess they say they're just going to wrap themselves in bubble wrap and hold their breath. But bubble wrap doesn't help you when you're in a car accident. Bubble wrap doesn't help you when you get sick. Bubble wrap doesn't help you if you end up going into premature labor and having to pay an average of $70,000 a day for NICU stay. Rather than addressing the premium cliff, House Republicans have put forth a reckless plan that will put millions more Americans' health care coverage at risk. This new bill does nothing to lower costs for millions of Americans who are now facing skyrocketing health care premiums. The bill is full of recycled failed ideas from previous efforts to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act. It fails to extend vital enhanced premium tax credits, forcing more than 22 million Americans to pay, on average, twice as much to buy the same health coverage they have today. As I said, an estimated 4 to 5 million could become entirely uninsured, and everybody else will pay higher health care costs. This proposal increases premiums for millions of Americans by funding cost-sharing reductions, causing hundreds of thousands of people to become uninsured, and expands so-called association health plans that put comprehensive and affordable health care for small businesses and workers at risk. This has been a centerpiece of Republican attempts to repeal the Affordable Care Act for a decade. Doesn't work. The plan also creates a backdoor ban on abortion and reproductive health care. Republicans have shown they have no agenda to address health care affordability and access. As Americans stare down notices that their health care costs will increase by tens of thousands of dollars in just 2 weeks, Republicans are cramming through legislation that kicks them while they're down. Americans will suffer without the Affordable Care Act's enhanced premium tax credits. And yet, Republicans still haven't put forward a clean plan that will provide relief. Instead, they're putting on political theater with an unserious vote on an amendment that will undermine the ACA that their leadership intends to see fail. This 11th hour half-baked plan isn't even feasible to implement. Earlier this year, Democrats urged Republicans to extend the tax credits, fearing for those Americans whose costs were about to skyrocket. But instead, Republicans spent their time cutting $1 trillion from the healthcare system. This fall, Americans began receiving their notices that their healthcare premiums would skyrocket, and Republicans stood idly by. Now we are just 2 weeks away from the expiration of these tax credits, and this half-baked plan isn't gonna cut it. Mr. Speaker, I'd now like to yield to the gentleman from Louisiana, Representative Troy Carter.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your leadership in these special order hours. And Mr. Speaker, thank you. As we talk about the human cost of expiring health care tax credits, these human costs are not just on Democrats. These human costs are on Americans across the board, Republicans and Democrats alike. Small business owners who are the backbone, as we often say, of our economy. Yet when given an opportunity to demonstrate to our small business owners that they really matter and that their employees really matter, we play politics. Today I want to share a story of Mike Friedman. I met Mike in October, about a week before open enrollment began. He was working on a federal contract at the USDA National Finance Center in New Orleans, but lost his job in April because of the federal workforce cuts enacted by Trump, Musk, and Doge. His family signed up for insurance through the Affordable Care Act because his husband was laid off in the spring. Mike had cancer 5 years ago and continues to have outstanding health concerns. If MAGA Republicans don't join Democrats in extending the ACA tax credit, Mike doesn't know how he or his family will afford health care. He told me, "I'm not unusual in this case. So many others are in the exact same position." He said, "I'm in the cusp between being retired and not being eligible for Medicare yet." He just turned 61, and the ACA is the only option for our family. The cost of health care is out of control. Republicans have turned this situation into a crisis with the largest Medicaid cut in the history, outrageous threats to Medicare, and relentless targeting of the Affordable Care Act. This big, pretty, some may say, most would say, ugly law will hurt Americans of every party, of every background, of every zip code. For 43 days, the Congressional Black Caucus stood firm to protect America's health care and lower health care costs for people like Mike and so many others that will remain nameless and faceless because they don't always have a voice or a platform for which to plead their case. And that's why we're here. For those who may not have a voice, may not have a platform, may not have a lobby, may not have a group to fight for them, we are fighting for them every single day, regardless of their name, background, even party. Because when we're elected to Congress, we're not elected to only represent those that are in our party, but to represent the American people. This health care crisis is an affront to the American people. And I implore my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to do the right thing. Do the right thing. Step up, stand out, fight against injustice, inequality, wherever you find it. Demonstrate that our small business people, our people living with disabilities, our veterans, Our working people who go to work every single day, they make just a little bit too much money to access Medicaid, but not enough money to pay for their health care. Republicans' failure to extend the ACA tax credits will hurt Louisianians and Americans across this country. It allows premiums to skyrocket for tens of millions of Americans by an average of 114%, and takes away coverage from around 4 million people. That's unacceptable by every front. Any way you slice it, it's unacceptable. We are the richest country in the nation, in the world. This nation has more than anyone else in the entire world. No one should go to bed hungry. No one should be without a home. No one should fear being sick because they can't access health care. Not in America. This is not a partisan issue, my friends. There are a lot of things that we can be partisan about. This isn't one. We only have a few days left to get this right. Let's not let the American people be the sacrificial lamb over some undisputed political battle among parties. Let's not let a person in the White House who seems to care about everything but the American people dictate or drive our actions. We're bigger, we're better. I know you personally. Find the courage to do the right thing. Stand up for the nearly 4 million people who will find themselves without health care. The Congressional Black Caucus is here, and we're not giving up this fight. We will not give up the fight to address the health care crisis in our country. We will not give up the fight to fight for those business people who every day create tax dollars and sales taxes for our local governments, that hire people from the community, that provide the resources that keep our economy going. Let's demonstrate to them that they matter. Let's do the right thing. Let's extend the ACA tax credits and show America that we can get our business done and that everything we do is not subject to a red or a blue. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Mr. Speaker, I wasn't here when the Affordable Care Act was passed. I was in the state legislature in Virginia. It was after I had become a mother. It was while I was part of the sandwich generation, trying to raise 2 children and deal with elderly parents nearing the end of their lives. It was while I spent a lot of time trying to figure out how we were going to close the insurance gap so that no one would face a couple of scenarios that I was lucky enough to have health insurance to cover, but a lot of people don't. The first was when my son was about almost 3 years old, and in the blink of an eye, grabbed my curling iron and burned his hand. We were in a rural community in Virginia whose hospital didn't have a burn unit. It was very small. They couldn't even figure out what degree the burn was. This was on a Saturday. And they said, you can either go home, and on Wednesday there's a burn clinic where they can look at his hand for free, or we can see if VCU Health Center can admit him today. I said, well, he's going to get admitted today because I knew I had health insurance. And whatever that bill was going to be, I didn't have to worry about it. If I didn't have health insurance, I would have been forced to wait until Wednesday to go to the clinic, and his hand probably would have been infected. So after a 3-hour ambulance ride, a week in the burn unit, all the medication, the bill was $15,000. In the blink of an eye, my son's injury cost $15,000. But I was lucky because I had health insurance. So I only had to pay $1,000. I was lucky I had the ability to pay that. At the time, we were trying to figure out, should Virginia expand Medicaid to help people who can't afford health insurance get it. And we were able to expand it on a bipartisan basis because in our rural areas, they understood Medicaid expansion was critical to keeping their hospitals open. And over 300,000 Virginians got health insurance because of that. Now, those 300,000 Virginians face the prospect of losing their health insurance because of actions Congress took in July with the largest Medicaid cut in American history. In our rural areas, 6 hospitals in Virginia are at risk of closing because of those Medicaid cuts. One in my district that's a healthcare safety net, that the closest hospital, if they close, is over an hour away. We also created our own state-based healthcare exchange, and 573,000 Virginians signed up. And many of them now face the prospect they won't be able to afford their premiums when their tax credits expire in 17 days. This is all in the context of folks seeing their housing costs increase, whether it's rent or mortgage, their energy bills increase, childcare increase. A lot of folks are facing the prospect that they cannot pay their rent and for their health insurance. So they're playing the lottery, figuratively. The lottery that they won't get sick, the lottery they won't get injured. But when they do, whether they're insured or not, they're showing up at the hospital and the rest of us will pay the cost. Mr. Speaker, as we enter the holiday season, as a preacher's kid, I've been thinking a lot about Matthew 25, verses 31-40, where Jesus said, "Come, you who are blessed by my Father." He said when he enters into his kingdom, all the nations will come, and he will say, "Come, who are blessed by my Father, take your inheritance, the kingdom prepared for you since the creation of the world. For I was hungry, and you gave me food. I was thirsty, and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger, and you invited me in. I needed clothes, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you looked after me. I was in prison, and you came to visit me." And the righteous will answer him, "Lord, when did we see you hungry and feed you, or thirsty and give you something to drink? When did we see you a stranger and invite you in, or needing clothes and clothe you? When did we see you sick? When did we do this?" And he said, "What you did for the least of these, you did for me." And I came to Congress looking to do for the least of these as well as every American. But Congress's priorities this year have not been that. Congress bent over backwards, congressional Republicans specifically, bent over backwards to provide permanent tax breaks for people who make over $500,000 a year. But if you make $64,000 a year for or a family of 4 that makes $129,000 a year, you are just expected to absorb health insurance premiums that double or triple. If you make $21,597 a year, or a family of 4 who makes $44,000 to $45,000 a year, you are supposed to absorb your health care costs if you lose access to Medicaid. That's upside down. And what we're saying is, to the least of these, you're on your own. They deserve better. They deserve better. We have 4 days to try to prevent millions of Americans from losing access to health insurance. Are we going to do it? Time will tell. I still have hope, but we'll see. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. Hayes, for 30 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on the subject of the special order.
Without objection.
Thank you. I rise today as a member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce, as a teacher and a parent to lead the special order hour on the systemic dismantling of the Department of Education. From the beginning of the Trump administration and the Trump administration and Secretary Linda McMahon have been ruthless in attacking the department that is dedicated to ensuring equal access to quality education, promoting student achievement, preparing students for global competitiveness, administering federal funds, enforcing civil rights, collecting data, conducting research, and supporting educational programs from early childhood to higher education. On March 11th, the Department of Education initiated a reduction in force affecting nearly 50% of its workforce. Only 2,200 employees of the 4,000 employees that used to work at the department remain to protect the civil rights of students, to support students from low-income backgrounds, to develop and prepare educators, and to provide resources for English language learners. President Trump also signed an executive order directing the Secretary of Education to facilitate the closure of the Department of Education. This action by the President is illegal. The Department of Education was created by an act of Congress, and only Congress has the authority to close that agency or any other federal agency it creates. Yet, the executive order was one of many attacks by the President to collapse federal agencies and end necessary services to the American people. Last month, the Department of Education announced 6 new interagency agreements to shift the day-to-day functions to 4 other agencies. This, I have to say, is one of the most devastating actions yet. This agreement sends the American Indian and Tribal Colleges to the Department of Interior. It sends TRIO programs to the Department of Labor. It sends the Child Care Access Parents and Schools programs to the Department of Health and Human Services, and International Education and Foreign Language Studies to the Department of States. These departments do not have the expertise or the appropriate staff to administer these programs, and our students will eventually suffer. Since its creation in 1979, the Department of Education has been committed to ensuring high-quality education for the 49 million children who attend public schools across the country. The Department of Education also collects and publishes data on student enrollment, school staffing, and crime in school, and distributes federal funds to support programs for 7.5 million students with special needs. We haven't heard any examples or any information on how these programs will run being administered across several different agencies. When my Republican colleagues say they want to dismantle the department, what they are really saying is they want to eliminate the sole federal agency that protects the civil rights of students, the sole federal agency that supports students from low-income backgrounds and develops and prepares educators. For post-secondary students, the department administers Pell Grants and $1.6 million in federal student aid programs to support those trying to afford college. This department has long been a target of Republican lawmakers who make the false claims about the role of the Department of Education. I know with fidelity that the Department of Education does not handle school curriculum, instruction, or instructional materials. Those decisions have been and will remain at the local level. But what the department does is support Title I districts and low-income communities that rely on federal funding. Abolishing the Department of Education would place the burden for continuing vital services onto states and local communities, who would either be forced to cut programs or raise their local taxes. Every student deserves access to a free and appropriate public education. As a teacher serving in Congress, this issue is deeply personal to me. I introduced the Department of Education Protection Act to shield the Department of Education from efforts by the Trump administration to dismantle the agency without the consent of Congress. Specifically, my legislation would prohibit the use of appropriated funds to decentralize, reduce staffing levels, or alter the responsibilities, structure, authority, or functionality of the Department of Education. If this administration wants to make a proposal that the Department of Education should be abolished, they must come before Congress and lay out a plan for how that looks, how it will work, and how it will impact students and families. I'll continue to advocate for the Department of Education to work to find common sense solutions to address education issues, not just tear it down with no plan to support students. And now, I'd like to yield, how much time do you need? 5 minutes to my colleague from Virginia, Ms. McClellan.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, education is personal to my family. In the 1880s, my great-grandfather founded a school in a rural community because the state of Alabama did not think it important to educate black children. As he explained in his autobiography, he wanted to teach the children whose parents and grandparents had been enslaved on the plantations nearby to be of better service to themselves, to their employers, and to the community in which they lived. In the 1930s, my father and his sisters attended that school because the state of Tennessee didn't provide a good education to black children. And like his father and grandfather, my dad became an educator himself, ultimately teaching the next generation of educators at Virginia State University, which I now represent in Congress. In the 1950s, my mother moved away from her hometown because the state of Mississippi did not provide a good education to black children. The only school that did was run by the Catholic Church, but only to the 8th grade. The third youngest of 14 children, she wanted more than the domestic and laborer jobs available to her grandparents, her parents, her brothers, and her sister. So she moved to high school. She moved to go to high school, ultimately becoming an educator herself, running the federally funded TRIO programs at Virginia State, which are run by the Department of Education to ensure that children like her had the support they needed to go to and graduate college. My parents saw firsthand how important a good education is to individual opportunity and a thriving, healthy economy, community, and democracy. And they dedicated their lives to ensuring not only that their children had a good education, but every child. Not every child is so lucky. Because the legacy of over 300 years of slavery and Jim Crow, massive resistance, chronic underfunding, has created too many obstacles to the ability of states and local governments to give every child an opportunity for a good education. And for the past 20 years, first as a state legislator and now in Congress, I have worked to ensure every child in Virginia can have a good education. And as a mother of 2 children in public schools, I see every day that even with bipartisan and Herculean effort, there are still gaps across the country. The Department of Education was created to fill those gaps. Protecting students' civil rights, particularly those with disabilities, providing support to attract and train and retain the best and the brightest teachers, school administrators, support personnel, counselors, mental health professionals. The department measures and tracks academic progress across the country, helps school divisions that lag behind address areas of concern, manages student loan and grant programs that ensure children without financial means to go to college can do so without incurring more debt than they can ever pay off. And without the Department of Education, state and local officials in Virginia and across the country are worried that they do not have the funding or the staff to handle the workload without the Department of Education, especially in the area of special education, especially in our rural areas. And the block grant funding that the Trump administration keeps promising comes with little accountability, making it unclear whether those federal funds will ever actually reach the students that need them the most. Education lays the foundation for a strong future, a thriving, healthy community, a thriving, healthy economy, and a thriving, healthy democracy. We owe it to our parents, our grandparents, our children, and our grandchildren to protect that progress for future generations. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize the gentleman from Virginia, the ranking member of the full Committee on Education and the Workforce, Representative Scott, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and I want to thank the gentlelady from Connecticut for her relentless attention on this issue. First, we talk about the protecting the Department of Education. I think we have to first, when they talk about dismantling the Department of Education, they keep saying they're going to return education to the states. Education never left the states. It's always been with the states. What the Department of Education has done has been civil rights. The Department of Education has nothing to do with curriculum, teacher qualifications, courses you need to graduate from high school. All of those are local and state. The federal interest in the Department of Education, federal interest is civil rights, beginning in 1954, when the Supreme Court decreed that you could not maintain separate, so-called separate but equal schools. In Brown v. Board of Education, the court said that it is doubtful that any child may reasonably be expected to succeed in life if denied the opportunity of an education. Such an opportunity is a right which must be made available to all on equal terms. He then concluded that segregation of students by race denies the students of the minority race of an equal educational opportunity because separate facilities are inherently unequal. That's what the Supreme Court did in 1954. But they didn't say what you're going to teach. They just said you can't segregate the students. In 1965, the Elementary and Secondary Education Act addressed inequality in education. Title I addressed it by putting money into low-income areas. We fund education with the real estate tax, guaranteeing that low-income areas will be at a disadvantage. So Title I comes in with money for low-income areas. Other provisions in the Elementary and Secondary Education Act talk about students with disabilities and making sure students with disabilities have a free and appropriate public education. Those for whom English is a second language. Eliminate racial achievement gaps. That's what the federal role in education, not what the courses are. And in higher education, Title IX talks about equality of men and women in activities under Title IX. And we don't tell the colleges what to teach, but we just make sure we have Pell Grants and student loans so that people can go. And so when you dismantle the Department of Education, you're not returning anything to the states. You're just eliminating civil rights. And this, no surprise, the first victim of dismantling the department has been the Office of Civil Rights. Office of Civil Rights that enforces civil rights, a big ugly bill that they passed earlier this year, cuts back on student loans and Pell Grants so fewer students can attend. Other actions have been limiting equal opportunity in education. And that's why The dismantling of the Department of Education is so reprehensible, not because you're so-called returning anything to the states, it's because you're dismantling civil rights. And that's why I want to thank the gentlelady from Connecticut for her relentless attention on this issue, making sure people understand what's going on. So thank you for all your work, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Virginia, the ranking member of the full committee, for that history lesson, because it is really important to understand what all this means. He's right that I have been relentless on this issue, because not only was I a high school teacher, I have benefited from a high-quality public education. I understand what it means for a child in a low-income community who has one shot at getting a good education. And if we don't protect that for every child in every community, it is to the detriment of our nation. I now would like to, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, I'd like to recognize him for 4 minutes.
I want to thank you for yielding my good friend and representative, the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Representative Hayes. I thank you for yielding and for putting together this special order hour. Now, the two of us came to Congress from the classroom, from the classroom to the halls of Congress. But the two of us were also locked out of the Department of Education earlier this year when we were demanding answers on when President Trump would illegally try to close the department. Since then, we have seen Secretary McMahon fire staff from the building who investigate and protect the civil rights of students. We've seen her slash funding for minority-serving institutions. We've seen her move parts of our education infrastructure to unrelated agencies, creating more hoops for administrators and staff to jump through to get the funding they need. Last week, the Department of Education announced they are moving to end the SAVE program, which some 7 million student loan borrowers rely on to have affordable repayment plans on their student loans. Grocery prices are up, utilities are up, healthcare is about to jump for millions, and now some student loan borrowers will have to find money to pay their student loans. The math simply won't work for millions of Americans and for these students who need to pay off their loans. Secretary McMahon has usurped Congress's role by firing staff, holding up grants that Congress has approved, and running a multi-million-dollar experiment by shuttering the department, making 6 different federal agencies do the work of 1. Democrats have worked to conduct oversight for our nation's students, but Republicans couldn't care less if Title I schools get the funding they need, if students have their civil rights violated, or if the promise of a free, quality education is for all students. Their agenda is one that seeks to privatize and voucherize the public school system and to make getting degrees and credentials as hard as possible for those who are not well off or well connected. Students, no matter how complex their needs, how much money they come from, how much wealth they come from, or the zip code they grew up in, are entitled to a free, quality education. Mr. Speaker, if we want to save public education, a free and quality education for all children, we can't have half of this body ready to give up their power and conduct no oversight while permanent changes are being made at the Department of Education. Secretary McMahon has only appeared before the Education Workforce Committee once this year, and since has taken the most extreme actions and attacks on public education this country has ever seen. Republicans must join me and my colleagues in conducting oversight for the students of this country. We are living in a time when more and more Americans don't feel like the American dream is in reach. I'm pleading with Republicans to join me, to join us in giving hope to Americans that the promise of a quality education is still alive for every child. We cannot delay or wait until harm is brought to any school district or teacher or student. This must end. The mission of the department must continue. And as far as I'm concerned, as far as the Democratic caucus is concerned, the mission of this department will continue. Thank you, and I yield back.
thank the gentleman from California and just want to comment that you are exactly right. If this administration or Secretary McMahon have a different vision for the Department of Education, then they need to come before Congress and lay that out. We need to have hearings. That needs to be done in the light of day for the public to truly understand how this will impact their children. I'd like to now yield 4 minutes to the gentlelady from Oregon, Representative Bonamici.
Well, thank you very much, Representative Hayes, for organizing the special order hour, but also for your leadership. We are so fortunate to have Representative Hayes on the Committee on Education and Workforce, National Teacher of the Year, and I just want to say what an honor it is to serve with you. So I ran for Congress because I care so much about public education, and although I haven't been a teacher, I spent a lot of time in public schools myself and as a parent volunteer and serving on committees and advocating for education over the years. Little did I ever dream that I would come to Congress and have to fight for the actual existence of the Department of Education. We are watching, and I condemn in the strongest terms, this illegal and unconstitutional dismantling of the Department of Education. What message does it say to our country and around the world that we won't have a Department of Education? We're going to fight this because we know that the Department of Education was created by an act of Congress and only Congress could eliminate it. And we look at what's happening with all of these programs, the programs that help low-income students, students with disabilities, higher ed. I got through community college and law school because I had federal support. Programs like TRIO and Gear Up that help underserved students, these are all under attack. It feels like we are just watching the unfolding of the Project 2025 playbook. Now we're seeing the Secretary try to outsource all these things to other agencies. But I tell you, poll after poll shows that the majority of parents across the country support the Department of Education. And that's especially true with parents of students with disabilities. They know how important that is. And I tell you, over my years and decades as an education advocate, I have never had anyone say to me, we need less money for IDEA. It's always, please fully fund IDEA. People know that public education is an investment. They know that our students are our future. And yet we're seeing a Congress here where our colleagues, Representative Hayes, found $170 billion with the B, $170 billion to give to the Department of Homeland Security to carry out an inhumane mass deportation agenda. Imagine if we had $170 billion to carry out a mass education agenda. Well, that would be wonderful for our country, for our economy. And I tell you, right now, we are seeing this war on public education, but we are not going to back down. And I think about and I know Ranking Member Scott talked about the civil rights obligations of the Department of Education. And we know that a lot of the education laws were signed by President Johnson in the civil rights era to expand opportunities, to close opportunity gaps. Right now, there are approximately 25,000 pending civil rights complaints at the Office for Civil Rights, which has been gutted. 7 of the 12 regional offices were closed. 90% of the Office of Civil Rights employees have been issued termination notices. Now the department is trying to call some of them back because they can't handle the backlog. That's government inefficiency, not government efficiency. And look at the interagency agreements where they're trying to outsource all of these programs to other agencies that don't have the staff, don't have the expertise, and Congress didn't approve it. So I am here with you today, Representative Hayes, to say we need the Department of Education. The Republican majority cannot abolish that. The Trump administration cannot abolish the Department of Education without congressional aid. And I wanted to ask Representative Hayes, we've had some conversations, you and I, when we hear people say, well, we have to close down the Department of Education because students aren't doing as well now, ever since the Department of Education existed. If you'll engage in a brief colloquy with me, and let's talk about why that's an erroneous assumption.
I will. Well, For many school districts, as the student population gets larger and they're dealing with all of the issues that kids come to school with, we have to make sure that kids are on green and ready to learn. But the Department of Education provides for some of those wraparound services, some of those summer programs, meal programs that kids have at school. These are all of the things that help kids to learn. We have to make sure that we fill the gap from decades of disinvestment. We can't just never have schools adequately resourced and expect different results, never have teachers properly prepared and expect different results. We need to, as a nation, make educating our children a priority, which has not happened.
Absolutely.
So in many districts, they're always struggling just to catch up. And in Title I low-income districts, they're always at a disadvantage. So the answer is not to disinvest. We need to figure out what is working and amplify those programs. And if there are places where we can become more efficient, then we address those things.
Well, that's why we have federal education research, which they're also trying to cut. And I tell you, if we could fully fund IDEA, if we could fully fund Title I for low-income schools, fund Title II for professional development, Title III for English language learners, Title IV-A for well-rounded education that includes the arts and music, school security, technology. Imagine what would that look like, Representative Hayes?
Well, I just think about my district, and my state of Connecticut got about $170 billion from the federal government for special education services for students. There is no way a state can backfill those gaps without support from the federal government. When communities start to look at the programs that they will have to cut because they lack funding and understand what those supports mean, I think we'll see an uproar from parents, from educators, from elected officials, from leaders around the country, because our children are the ones who will suffer. And I think what is most egregious is that this is all happening, to your point, against the background of increasing defense budgets, against the background of cutting health care and nutrition assistance programs for families. So while all of the programs that are meant to support the most vulnerable people are stripped and cut, tax breaks to the wealthiest individuals, and even more than the Department of Defense asked for is allocated. At some point, we have to prioritize the education of our children.
Absolutely. Kids can't learn if they're hungry.
Hungry kids don't learn.
If they're homeless or if they're sick. So those programs really matter too. I just want to thank you again, Representative Hayes, for leading this. We must protect the Department of Education. It is the future for our children. More than 90% of the students in this country attend public schools. It is a good investment, and that's true from early childhood through the K-12 system and higher education as well. And I thank you very much. I'm with you in the fight, and I yield back.
Thank you. I'd like to inquire how much time I have.
The gentlewoman has 2 minutes remaining.
Thank you. Well, I thank my colleagues who joined me. I have a statement that I'm going to submit for the record from my colleague from Connecticut, Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro, who talks about her support for the Department of Education and really reminds us that this administration has empowered Russ Vought, the author of the anti-education, anti-American, pro-billionaire Project 2025, this manifesto that lays out literally firing thousands of federal employees and decimating the Department of Education. Congresswoman DeLauro talks about her family growing up in New Haven and her parents who immigrated here working in the garment factory, and education really being the catalyst for a better life. And that story has not changed in all these years. There are so many families. There are so many students that I taught. There are so many kids who just need accommodations, and just parents who are left wondering what will happen next. If this is the path that we are to take, I implore my Republican colleagues to not usurp our Article I authorities, to demand that we have some transparency and clarity for what this looks like, to demand that the Secretary of Education come before the Congress and assure parents about what the future of public education looks like and make sure they know that their children will not be left behind. This is something that, again, is near and dear to me, not just because of the profession that I chose in my adult life, but because education saved my life. Because without public schools and an education and community college and teachers who cared about me, my life would have taken a very different direction. And I know that there are so many kids who are in that situation right now. So I will continue my work to protect the Department of Education, to protect public education for our children, to make sure that they even at least have a shot at an education to change the trajectory of their future and their families. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the proceedings during the former members program be printed in the congressional record, and that all members and former members who spoke during the proceedings have the privilege of revising and extending their remarks.
Without objection. And for what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House now do adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.